There once was a man named Gold Roger, who was king of the pirates. He had fame, power, and wealth beyond your wildest dreams.
Hello! Now you can hear me. I am the Fallen. I have Brother here and
Yay!
Dog. We are playing Chaos Head once again. I say we because he's going to read at some point. That is guaranteed at this point.
I'll try to speak up this time.
He does not know how to project his voice. Of course, neither do I, so hey.
I was just underestimating the power of the microphone. The sensitivity of the microphone.
Not much of an underestimation, though, because considering you can hear that thing pretty clear when I'm talking.
Well, it kept dropping my voice.
Well, that's because you do not speak audibly. Audibly. Alright. Give me a second, I'm just doing some stuff I need to get done, because this happens every time I play this game. Oh my god, turn that off.
First and again, I noticed that in general, you're like sitting there talking to somebody and you can't hear my responses. Like,
Alright. We're going to load the game. The game is loaded right here, and he's going to start off because I'm eating, so...
Under ordinary circumstances, being released from a long investigatory headquarters meeting would have left Bon Yasuji feeling refreshed. But that certainly couldn't be said of today, when he left the other detectives and went to the windowsill to irritatedly place a call to his junior.
Does that help? Does that help?
His partner, Sua, hadn't shown up at today's investigation meeting. Bond's personal feeling about it was, sure, even I want to skip. What are you thinking, abandoning your senior like that? At first glance, Sua seemed like a frivolous sort of man, but in reality, he was a serious detective with some real backbone to him. Considering how Bond valued him, his ditching the meeting today came unexpectedly. Bond tried to contact him countless times, but he always ended up getting his voicemail. Well, with having heard something rather disturbing from Momose 2 days ago, Bond was having a hard time settling down.
Sua's dead. So help me. You're getting hurt.
Today was full of annoyance after annoyance. Aside from the thing about Sua, there was also the fact that when he reported about the GE raid in the meeting earlier, Matsunaga shot him down with, "We don't even have the time to deal with idle gossip." Please, don't let things get any more aggravating than this. Bond let out a small sigh as he waved his fan at his face. Which is when his call went through, and he heard his junior's voice. The connection was terribly low quality. Bond scratched his short hair, wondering where in the boondocks Sua had gone off to. When Bond yelled, Sua's voice grew inaudible, and for some time, rustling noises continued in exchange. He couldn't praise Sua for taking unauthorized independent action. Bond, you do that all the time. Since Bond himself was constantly taking unauthorized independent action, however, he couldn't help smiling dryly at the thought that maybe all their time together had led to him having a bad influence on Sua, his junior. I was just gonna say, it's like, dude, you do that all the time. The color in Bond's eyes shifted.
Just gonna say, the worst thing you can do if you possibly have a lead to a serial killer is keep it to yourself and don't say anything.
Hey, I think I might know who it is. And you want to share with the rest of the class? Nah, I'll get to you later.
Sounds like a good way to get killed. Oh no.
Right then, the area at his feet began shaking. I don't remember exactly what we left off at, was it? The shaking gradually grew fiercer and fiercer to the point that he couldn't stand up straight. Was it right after Taku answered his phone?
What?
Where did we leave off? Right when Taku answered his phone?
Beginning of the chapter.
Yeah, but what was the last event? It was a week ago, I don't remember. I think it was when he answered his phone.
Oh, that didn't surprise me.
You can go to your chapters here. Stand by 1 second. Yeah, so the earthquake just happened. Okay. The earthquake is continuing to happen. Okay. The shaking gradually grew fiercer to the point that he couldn't stand up straight. Bond crouched in place without a moment's hesitation. The other detectives, who had at first been unfazed, finally picked up the gravity of the situation, and ducked down or wormed their way under tables. The clock hanging on the wall, the pens and paper cups set on the table, the projection equipment, they dropped to the floor one after the other, sending up violent crashing noises. The two whiteboards lined up at the head of the conference room also collapsed. It was almost like being in a plane that had just entered turbulence. So it seemed to Bond. It felt as if his feet weren't meeting the ground. His entire body rocked, sending him swinging around from side to side. This could conceivably be a 5 or 6 magnitude earthquake. Had the Great Kanto earthquake arrived at last, now of all times? That was when something slammed into Bond's head. He cried out at once. It wasn't that someone had physically struck him, it was an intense headache. Suddenly, screams resounded through the conference room. Gritting his teeth, Bond raised his head to see one of the jurisdictional detectives holding his head in his arms and writhing. And then he flopped over powerlessly like a puppet. Most of the other detectives' faces were contorted with pain, and they were pressing down on their temples or cradling their heads. What was this headache that matched nothing he had ever experienced before? Bond had no way of knowing whether or not it was connected to the earthquake. The shaking finally started to dissipate. Bond looked through the window with foggy eyes. It overflowed with milky white light. The brilliance of it prevented him from keeping his eyes open. Important event right there. Back to Taku.
Sua's the killer.
What does this have to do with Sua? Assaulted by a head-splitting pain, I opened my eyes. I realized I lay collapsed face down in the middle of my room. I tried to get up, but as I did, pain raced through me as if my headache had infected the rest of my body, and I immediately moaned and borderline fainted in agony. My dolls!
His bed.
After about 5 minutes worth of writhing around, when the pain had started to subside minutely, I grabbed one of the legs to my bed to pull myself up. I used a hand to wipe the greasy sweat off my forehead. The room was in a disastrous state, as if a storm had passed through it. What else is new? All my brides who had been lined up on their shelf were now toppled over or had fallen to the floor. The bed was tilted, and the manga volumes and Uroge packages piled up on it had come tumbling down, scattering across the floor. What the hell had happened? If I remembered correctly, someone had called me. Let Me Pass had played through the phone, and as before, it had transformed into something like an ambulance siren by the end. Right, I'd heard the ground roar at the same time that buzzer sounded, and immediately afterwards I'd been consumed by the sensation that my entire body was boiling and melting. I had absolutely no memory of whatever came next. My mind went blank. Couldn't be. Electromagnetic attack by Shogun? What you looking for? Maybe Shogun was capable of carrying out the same sorts of things as the system described in the patent I'd found earlier. Such thoughts made me shudder. And during my headache, I looked up at the ceiling. I didn't see anything there, of course. If you were recording my thoughts, it'd be from a satellite distant upper atmosphere orbit.
いくらなんでもそんなはずないよ。
But judging by Senna's tone when she told me all those things, it almost sounded like the system and that patent had already been put into actual use and was being abused by certain people. If one of those certain people was Shogun... No, that's impossible. Whatever the case, it was way too much of a logical leap. An old man who looked like he might keel over any minute now couldn't have private access to an orbital satellite. Or did it mean he had to be one of the key people in some kind of governmental project? Scaring myself in my own delusions won't change anything. It's a fact that something had occurred, so I figured I would look it up online. I crawled up to my PC, my head throbbing. I was positive I'd left it on, which meant it wouldn't make any sense that my Serotan screensaver weren't being displayed on the monitor, but the screen was pitch black. I hadn't set it to automatically enter standby on its own, so it wouldn't have ended up like this, but my consciousness is clouded. My body remained limp. It was a struggle just to stand. Clenching my teeth to put up with it, I moved the mouse. No reaction. Next I tried pressing the power button. Scratch soft minders. The hard disk started making a crunching sound. I plopped myself deep into my chair. As I waited for the PC to start up, I reached urgently for my cell phone, which sat still sat where I had left it on the table. I checked the time.
13時。
Jusanji? Before I'd received the phone call, while I was browsing through info about Ayasan Achan, what time had it been again?
I'm gonna have to ask somebody at work about that. I don't see how Chusanji is
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
1 because that's 3.
I know Ju is, I know San is 3.
Oh, that's right.
Ju is 10.
I don't know about the G part, but Jusan 13.
Oh, different time.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So instead of being 1 o'clock, it's 1300 is what he
maybe
said.
G is o'clock.
Or it might be 100. 1300 might have been what he said.
Hang on, let me just get to my right place here. Okay, right here. That's okay. Zoom in a little bit. Alright.
Did you mean Jumanji? No, Jusanji.
When I put my head to work, the stabbing pain grew harsher. What time had it been? Think, remember. It definitely... Yeah, it shouldn't have been noon yet. Which meant...
1時間以上も気絶してた。
Or else, like a sleepwalker, I've been drifting around somewhere else for an hour.
僕は無遊病じゃない。
I'm not a
You
sleepwalker.
seem awfully persistent on that, considering you're a
I mean,
sleepwalker.
he wouldn't have been able to get out of there. Come on, look at it. I shook my head to keep my thoughts from sinking in a negative direction again. The resulting pang made my field of sight waver dizzily. It was as if a lump of lead had been stuffed into the center of my head.
1 second. Give me a second. Something. Of course. What? What the fuck? Why are you doing that? What the hell?
Is home stuck on your keyboard?
Home.
Yeah, home. That'd be a typical sign of the home key being stuck.
Shouldn't be. Oh my god, shut up. I don't care.
Your numpad.
Alright. I do as I do. Whatever.
When I took a glance at the monitor,
If a driver is identified in the
Got
stop
it.
message. What?
got a red screen.
If a driver is identified in the stop message, disable the driver or check with the manufacturer for driver updates. Try changing video adapters. Check with your hardware vendor for any BIOS updates. Disable BIOS memory options such as caching or shadowing. If you need to use... No, I was looking for the other one. Actually, the broken one. Which I lost last week somewhere. It went up over my shoulder and I lost it. Disable. If you need to use safe mode to remove or disable components, restart your computer. Press F8 to select advanced startup options and then select safe mode. Technical information. Okay.
His hard drive's screwed.
Yeah. You know what's funny though? So obviously the way that they got this effect, they took the normal image
And superimpose that over it?
and superimposed
Yes.
that over it. And you know how I can tell? You can still see the game in the corner of the other screen. The other game screen's still there.
Could this possibly be a hard disk error?
Nani?
嘘だ。そんなのありえない。あっちゃダメだ。そんなことになったらすべてが終わる。
My gigs of 18 plus Moe artwork. My Hiroge save data. My bookmarks to the sites I made the rounds of on a daily basis. My minimum attended shift chart. And more than anything, that which was more important to me than anything. My ESO save data. Does this mean that anything and everything had vanished?
No, because ESO is an online game, therefore all you have to do is log in and you will not affect your save data.
くそ。
I wanted to scream and cry in frustration. I wanted to bang at the keyboard. I wanted to kick the wall. Even now I wanted to make sure of whether or not a restoration was possible. But my body felt as heavy as always, and my headache wouldn't recede. It was all I could do to simply sit limply in my chair and bite my lip. It was over. My life was over. The deletion of my ESO data meant I no longer had any reason to live.
And this is how he finds his sword.
Everything stopped mattering to me. It all burned away. Just kill me.
待ってタッキー
Saratan, lying fallen over on my desk, smiled like an angel and spoke to me gently.
Wait, she wasn't falling over in that last picture?
円数みたいなオンラインのゲームってセーブデータは全部サーバーに保存されてるんじゃない？
Thank you, Post-Awakening Saratan.
Save a date. She has horns.
Horny. By
She has
servers,
horns.
you mean the company's administrative servers.
だからたとえタッキーの PC が壊れてもナイトハルトッチのデータは消えてないはずっしょ
Oh. Oh yeah. Thanks to my misty consciousness, I'd almost forgotten something that basic. I felt like I'd discovered a single ray of hope in the midst of despair.
Also, it's not, I'd almost forgotten. I'd forgotten.
Just what I'd expect from my wife.
You're a creepy guy who's obsessed with dolls.
I regretted the loss of my precious Moe illustration collection and MP3s, which I hadn't backed up, but I had no choice except to give them up. Even so, I wanted to commence the work of reinstalling my OS as soon as I could.
You know, to be fair, if you commissioned artwork from people, you should be able to ask them for another copy if your hard drive got wiped. I guarantee they got it saved somewhere. Especially if it's digital art like that.
I also wanted to confirm the safety of my ESO save data with my own eyes as soon as possible.
Cafe, room 37.
Although before anything else happened, I needed the headache currently torturing me to subside.
That's what you get for attacking all those police officers.
But I very much doubted this pain would do me the favor of disappearing anytime soon.
I'll read for a bit. It was typical for commercials or famous singers' music videos to be playing on the Jumbotron located in the Shibuya Station Plaza. Currently projected on it, however, was the solemn face of a female newscaster. It was a special TV broadcast, and on the upper left-hand side were displayed sensational words. Earthquake in Shibuya, over 200 casualties? Earthquakes were an everyday occurrence in Japan. Even in the capital metropolitan area, magnitude 5 earthquakes were known to have taken place myriad times. But as the mass media gathered information, it became clear that this earthquake in particular had produced a bizarrely large number of casualties. Its strangeness was especially apparent when one compared it to the magnitude 5 earthquake in 2005, which had resulted in 0 casualties. And on top of all things, the earthquake had centered around Shibuya, the subject of close scrutiny throughout Japan thanks to the new-gen cases. An earthquake had also happened in Shibuya about 3 months ago. 8 deaths had emerged at the time, despite the fact that it was only a magnitude 3 earthquake. Perhaps Shibuya is cursed. The people who laid eyes on initial reports about the new earthquake may not have given voice to this, but all of them surely thought it. In any case, all the individual stations began broadcasting special programming almost as soon as the earthquakes started. Information was currently complicated, and though the full count remained unclear, the female newscaster read off her notes, stating, according to an announcement by the Fire and Disaster Management Agency, 31 fatalities have been confirmed at present, and it is believed that the number will continue to rise. Furthermore, the cause of death is currently unknown. Additionally, news kept coming in about the mysterious white light that had attacked Shibuya, and the ensuing shockwave and transformation of the sky from blue to white. The cameras affixed at regular points throughout Shibuya's pedestrian scramble had caught the light on the tape, and the Jumbotron kept playing a film where the screen went completely white as the earthquake ended. The discoloration that had begun together with the earthquake had at first been more of a searing light than simply white. Shibuya had momentarily been enveloped in a flash whose brightness stopped everyone from opening their eyes. If this were an earlier and more warlike era, people would doubtless have imagined it to be a nuclear weapon. There were some who actually spotted a white mushroom cloud floating several hundred meters above Shibuya, though it soon disappeared. Yet no one had any idea about what the source of light might have been, or how it could be related to the earthquake. Mysteriously, the white-dyed sky returned to its original color in less than an hour, and now the air above the people of Shibuya was covered in a somber blue, as though nothing had happened. The asphalt of Dugan Hill bore extremely minuscule fissures, each of them hardly more than a millimeter. Moreover, mixed-use buildings and other structures in the shopping center had also grown diminutive crevices on the surfaces of their walls.
Wow, you clean up fast, dude.
Maddox still wouldn't let up. It had taken close to 2 hours to reinstall my operating system. Midway through, the pain had made me lose consciousness a number of times. I dozed off with the computer before, but this was the first time I'd actually passed out. Even so, the pain had mostly retreated compared to 2 hours earlier. I wet my throat by drinking some Coke and mustard energy.
Doing? He's eating out of your bowl over there. Hey. He's enjoying it too. He's looking
You little... I'd imagine so. It's nothing but grease and meat. How do you even get to it? It was up here, I thought. Did he pull it down?
I don't know. He's still looking at his lips. He likes it. Look at this.
Whew.
Sweating.
I returned my toppled bed to its original position and cleared some space on the floor to walk around in. Doing these things took considerable effort due to how my body refused to work up any strength. But I wouldn't be able to leave the room if I didn't clean up. It'd be the worst if, during Shogun's next attack, although I didn't know if it were really him or not, I found myself trapped in here and couldn't run away. I needed to guarantee myself an escape route. In any case, once I had finished rearranging things and reformatting my OS, I swiftly faced my PC and installed ESO. I attempted logging in to Baselord.
やった。
やった
ナイトハルトは消えてない。装備とかも全部無事だ。よかった。よかった。
My excessive emotions almost drove me to leap from my chair and pump a fist into the air, but even that was exhausting, and I stopped myself halfway. Even so, I was overjoyed to be able to meet my alter ego again after thinking he had disappeared forever. Let's see. Now that I was relieved, I started wanting to find out what on earth had happened in the first place. It was enough to give me the urge to sue someone for damages. It had seemed like an earthquake, but that alone left too many things unexplained. I checked to see if Grimm were in Baselord, but I couldn't find him. I tried going on our usual chat room. My bookmark for it had disappeared, so it took a while to find, but Grimm wasn't there either. What was with him vanishing on me at such a crucial time? I had no recourse but to open the taboo page. There was some news headlines with over 200 casualties in Shibuya. Apparently an earthquake had occurred. After all, magnitude 5, the number of casualties was awfully high. They said chances were strong that it would continue to mount even beyond 200. There were also reports that the sky over Shibuya had temporarily turned white and that a vast mushroom cloud had risen, but no one seemed to be aware of how these were connected to the earthquake. They had pounced on it over at Chan as well, with a lot of people posting threads like Shibuya again and Shibuya is over, isn't it? Videos had been uploaded, ones that showed film from the traffic cameras at the pedestrian scramble.
これ地震だけじゃないよね。
At the time, I'd been attacked by a horrific headache. It wasn't even at the level where you could call it a headache. It had felt as though the inside of my skull were boiling. Even now, 2 hours later, it had left a pulsing pain and a limp heaviness behind my body.
電子レンジに閉じ込められたらあんな風になるかもしれない。
When I thought of it that way, I had the sense that maybe my paranoid delusions about it being an electromagnetic attack set off by Shogun weren't completely mistaken. Right then, I heard a familiar noise from my PC. It was the sound that rang out whenever somebody had entered a chat room. Shogun. Shogun, show me Shogun. I dare you, show me Shogun! Maybe Grim had entered, reckoning I would ask him for the details. I flicked my eyes toward the chat window. Shogun! T. An unthinking shriek spilled from my throat when I saw that name. Such impeccable timing. Could it be that he really was peeping in on my thoughts?
Well, I mean, you think about him all the time, so...
The hand gripping my mouse quivered. I was so terrified that I went rigid, and even the pain in my head flew straight away. Even I hated merely looking at the word Shogun. I couldn't rip my eyes away from the monitor. I wanted to leave the chat room, but I'd received such a shock that it was as though my body had been cut away from my consciousness, and I couldn't control the mouse. Here you read.
A prickling sensation at the back of my neck. Someone was watching me again. God's gaze. Or rather than anything resembling God, might it in fact be the gaze Shogun sent down from a satellite orbit? Keep your eyes open. Ugh, I want to run away. But where to? He'd catch me no matter where I fled in Japan. Long time no see! That was the first thing he said, with the lightness of someone greeting a friend he hadn't come across for a while. But I had absolutely zero recollection of being friendly with him. I was left to chew up my lip and watch the words displayed at the monitor. But the post by Shogun galvanized me, letting my petrified body move freely again, and I soon groped for my cell phone. It was a little past 3. Classes might still be going on. Even so, Remy. Surely Remy would do something about it for me. I had to believe this. I picked Remy's cell phone number out of the short list of items recorded in my address book. Come on, delusion trigger.
助けて、リミ。
Do you hate me?
リミ、早く。出て。
It hurt to breathe. I couldn't think about anything calmly. Remy wouldn't pick up. Beyond the phone, the monotonous sound of my call to her went on ringing. Why now? Why don't you... Didn't you always come materialize in front of me whenever I found myself in trouble? Why now, of all times? Oh god, I think I know what this is about. I'll send you a present. Present? Did he feel like sending me another one of those? And this time, he'd set me up as the real new-gen perp for sure.
If it's the dead Remy, I'm killing you, Shogun.
No, I don't want that. I'm not the criminal. I felt like I'd become a fish stranded on land. I wasn't getting enough oxygen. My head went fuzzy. Remy was my last hope. Gripping the phone harder and harder, I concentrated all my attention on the other end of the line, as though praying. I'll send you a present. It went through.
助けて。
留守番電話サービスにおつなぎします。
I'd be delighted if it pleases you. Crushed, I ended the call. I hugged my upper arms. Green. At some point, my body had started trembling. I dreaded Shogun even worse than I thought. Of course I did. He's a serial killer who had caused 5 incredibly cruel incidents, all while pretending to be disabled. And I was his next mark.
助けてよ。
Remy! As though she'd waited the perfect timing, as though my cry to core had reached her.
Read the core.
Remy had come running to save me from my quandary. She opened the door and bounded in.
リミ、助けて。
Remy took a quick look at my face, then surveyed the area. Awakening the fact that the PC was the source of my terror, she put on a fierce expression and began typing.
This is not part of the dude. Right?
Shut up, stupid.
That guy.
こういう時は
From now on, you'll keep your hands away from Taku. Remy turned back and gave me a kind smile.
こう言っておけば案外あっさり引き下がるでしょ。
Would it really work like that? I'll kill you. Remy could take things nonchalantly because she didn't know much about the net. But putting it harshly would probably just make him angry. To say nothing of the fact that our opponent was Shogun. I'll kill you. I held my breath and watched the monitor, and after a little while, Shogun posted another statement. I'll kill you. Shogun has left the room. Silence flowed through the room. How could it be? Like I thought, we pissed him off. The tone of his last line was all too clearly different.
どうせ口だけだよ、口だけ。まさかここに直接押しかけてくるなんてことはないって。それよりタク、大丈夫だった？ごめんね、電話くれたでしょ。ちょうどこっちに向かってるところだったから出られなかった。さっきの地震の後、タクが心配になってここまで全力疾走してきたんだ。来てよかった。
Even as I listened to Remy's voice, I couldn't remove my eyes from the monitor. I couldn't help how the words, "I'll kill you," made my heart churn.
なんてこと。
私が来たから、もう平気だよ。何の心配もないから。
なんてことしてくれたんだよ。殺される。あいつに殺される。早く逃げないと。
He didn't say anything about killing you.
落ち着いて。殺されなんてしないよ。タクの考えすぎ。
Remy abruptly fell silent. Eyebrows nodded. She looked up at the ceiling, and
どうしたの？
その目。誰の目？
she murmured softly, then twisted up her face and embraced her head.
頭、急に痛くなってきた。痛い。そう。
Remy collapsed in place as if she couldn't hold out any longer. She shook her head unwillingly.
なんで急に。
It couldn't be. I automatically looked up at the ceiling. Far above the ceiling there might or might not be a satellite. Was Shogun attacking?
嘘
Blood poured from Remy's nose. Her half moan, half scream abruptly died out. Her body swayed, rocking. She fell headfirst to the floor.
リミ、
No reply. She didn't budge. Shogun had killed her. The electromagnetic attack from his satellite had killed her. Such a quiet murder. He killed Remy without the slightest sound, smell, or hint of his presence. The silence made it even more frightening. There was nowhere to run. I dropped to my knees and shook Remy's shoulder.
ねえ、起きてよ。リミ、
There was nowhere to run on the face of the planet.
僕を置いていかないでよ。
Shogun would attack me from the sky no matter where I tried to run.
こんなの妄想に決まってる。
When I turned back, I was still in front of my PC monitor. The statements Remy had typed in before were gone. As if the "I'll kill you" from Shogun. As was the "I'll kill you" from Shogun. I looked over my shoulder at the rest of the room, but Remy's corpse was nowhere to be seen. I was relieved that Remy hadn't been killed. But I was disappointed that Remy hadn't come for me. Why? Why hadn't she come? Even though I'm so terrified. Shogun had already departed from the chat. The traces he'd left behind him consisted of only 4 lines. Not wanting to see even those words, I hurriedly got myself out of the chat room now that Shogun had vanished. My trembling still wouldn't stop. Shogun was challenging me.
What's wrong?
Just keep playing. What could be so enjoyable about dogging me? Had Shogun finally resumed his activity, having selected me as his new victim? Or was I the most convenient person for him to pin his crimes on?
誰か助けてよ。
I gazed desperately at the post-awakening Serotan. Kick the dog out!
Shut the front door.
一人は怖いんだ。
I didn't want to be alone. I wanted to have someone by my side. I wanted someone to protect me.
そうだ、学校だ。学校へ行けば。
If I went to school, Remy would be there. I couldn't endure spending more anxious time here on my own. I took off the threadbare trainers that I wore as house slippers, hastily put on my uniform, and left my base. Going into the cold outdoor air made my headache somewhat milder. A more restless atmosphere than usual hung around the city. Perhaps it was due to the earthquake. Sirens rang out unceasingly far off in the distance. I couldn't tell whether they were from fire trucks or ambulances, most likely both. Yamate Street, 1 block away from where I was walking now, had been incredibly congested. Numerous cars had caused head-on collisions and then left there in the middle of the road. I couldn't see their drivers anywhere. The traffic was the fault of those abandoned cars, and the other drivers all honked on and on as if they were going insane. As I stumbled my way towards school, a long dog cut in front of me, howling as it crossed my path. It was a chihuahua with bloodshot eyes, dragging its leash behind its short body as it sprinted with all its might. Huge globs of drool hung from its open mouth. It must have gotten separated from its owner. As I saw it off absent-mindedly, I caught my toe on something and almost fell over. There was a fissure in the asphalt, with one side slightly higher than the other. This must be due to the earthquake. I stopped there and looked at the sky. A few small clouds floated carefree in the midst of its dim blue. Immediately following the earthquake, it had apparently turned white, as if it were one giant aurora, but I couldn't spot traces of that anywhere. This wasn't the usual Shibuya. I simply couldn't calm down. It wasn't merely because of the earthquake's influence. It wasn't merely because of my migraine. Not only that, a certain urge threatened to rack me. Though I was only walking around, for some reason, I really felt like I might want to kill someone.
Well, that's ominous.
By the time I reached the school gates, my anxiety and terror had grown stronger and stronger. I had chills. I wouldn't stop shaking. My headache resurged. When I looked more closely, there were people packed around the seniors' building. I tried to spot Remy there. Mysteriously, every single one of them was alike in how they looked up at the top of the school building.
Oh, Taku!
Sumiko came running up to me. Excellent, if I asked where Remy was.
お前、今日学校来てたんだな。いや、そんなん今はどうでもいいから。
He spoke with a terrible sobriety, and his expression was pale. One rarely saw him so shaken. What on earth could have happened?
マジで。やばいよな。あれ。
Bad, what was?
病気だったんだろ。精神病のことがバレて余計におかしくなっちゃったらしいぜ。さっき飛べるとか言ってたぜ。やべえよ。やばすぎる。俺、人が死ぬとこマジで見てんだけど。人黒すぎて最高だぜ。早く落ちてこねえかな。
An unpleasant premonition. Following the students' gazes, I tentatively looked up at the school building. At the edge of the roof stood a single girl. She held her sword, the same one as from her concert. Her pose was that of one lifting a prayer to God in the heavens. Kishimoto Ayase stood there.
その体は邪神の影に潜む目には映らない存在。
At an hour 20, I'm gonna go get some ice cream. Kishimoto Ayase felt the wind. A chilly wind had begun to carry with it a faint hint of winter. As she entrusted her body to the wind, her expression was very anguished, and drops of sweat rolled down her cheeks.
離れようとも離れようとも冷めぬ悪夢は
The Swimi Academy roof was surrounded by a metal fence nearly 2 meters high. Ayase was currently standing in the barely 30 centimeter space that lay outside it. She had already been standing there for over 10 minutes. If she took another step forward, she would fall from the 4-story high school roof. Many students had gathered below. They watched Ayase with bated breath.
やがて剣となりてこの身を切り裂くのだろう
People had long since contacted the police and emergency medical services, but they hadn't arrived on the spot yet, due in part to their needing to respond to the earthquake of several hours earlier. The teachers darted around to prepare a landing mat in case worse came to worse.
無関心という名の盾で戦火を免れる人々
But Ayase herself stretched out her back, standing up straight, as if the ruckus below had nothing to do with her. It appeared, in fact, as if she were deliberately attempting to sever anything tying her interest to the world below. Raising her chin to look up at the sky, she closed both eyes. She resembled a shrine maiden praying to heaven. Perhaps because she had a good sense of balance, her body didn't waver whatsoever in the small wind. Never mind the fact that she was carrying a colossal sword, one approximately as tall as she was, in her right hand.
神聖なる戦場の敵は心の内の悪意なるもの
That sword, her D sword, was radiating a pale light, blinking painfully on and off, as though synchronizing with its blinking agonized sighs fell from Ayase's lips, and a weak, thin whisper came leaking out of them.
悪意は時として意志を持ちそしてその姿を表す
The poetry woven by her whisper soon was erased in the wind. Ayase opened her eyes and ran her gaze across the subdued sky that lay over Shibuya's clustered buildings.
この世界は悪意の妄想に満ち溢れているみんな他人の不幸が大好き目を閉じても耳を塞いでもダメ昔からずっと私のそばを離れてくれないわ
As she murmured, she brought her enormous sword up to her chest. She embraced it gently with both arms. Mysteriously, that sharp-looking sword placed not a single wound on her body.
帰りたかった大いなる意志が住むもう一つの世界にそのために
Otherworld?
心を切り刻んで全部受け入れたわ混沌の器としての夢を
Ayase's expression contorted in grief. Quiet tears spilled from her eyes. Those voicelessly wept teardrops danced into space, borne away by the wind.
グラジオールの帯同が活発化しているもう時間がないのに見つからないのよ天国の扉も賢者も導き手も七つの神罰も黒騎士の伝説は本当なの歌はもうたくさん歌ったわそれで足りないって言うならね大いなる意志よ
Ayase slowly spread her arms out on either side, as though to embrace the sky itself, as though to indicate her existence to a distant and high-up god.
私は飛ぶわ。
The pale pulsing of her sword increased in ferocity. Ayase closed her eyes for a second time. At that moment, a final tear overflowed from the corners of her eyes.
お願い、この器は差し出すから魂を連れて行って。
And she, stepped forward without a moment's hesitation. There was nothing there to hold up her
帰るべ
body.
き場所へ。
Ayase sensed the chilly wind tenderly stroking her cheek and felt that she had been freed from everything. Helpless, all I could do was watch. When Ayase spread her arms out on both sides, she slowly stepped into the thin air as though an invisible stairway lay there. Screaming and a general roar overflowed from the spectators all at once. Ayase's body lost its support like a puppet whose strings had been cut, and she flew inverted through the air. Everything went into slow motion. Ayase's body plummeted down. Her rate of descent was horribly slow. But she was definitely falling. Dying. She would die. I couldn't save her. It would be impossible to save her, falling from that height. Moreover, below her was concrete. Her bones would shatter, her innards would be crushed, her spinal fluid would come bursting out. A blackish blood would spray every which way. If only a flower bed or something were there. If only it were soft soil. Then maybe she would survive. I didn't want to see the moment of anyone's death. I was about to close my eyes. That instant I felt it. A tingling in the nape of my neck. I turned around. No one was watching me. Everyone was either facing down or looking up. Whose eyes are those eyes? The sound resounded. Sound of falling. It was the first time I'd heard it. That sound was unexpectedly soft.
まさか。
Beside me, Sumikun widened his eyes, stunned. Though his line of sight ought to have been pointed toward the place where Ayase landed, his gaze was filled more with a powerful surprise than with horror or sorrow. Not only Sumikun, all of the spectators, wearing expressions of incomprehension, went speechless.
生きて。
Eh? Alive? Ayase lay fallen. Un momento, por favor.
Hey, we didn't see Fessy get killed.
If she did, I was gonna kill you.
We can't. I wouldn't have you play a game where your wife gets killed, Chris. Fallen, whatever your name is.
Thank you, because you know I already had an issue with that once. Not
Of
exactly
course, you
waifu,
know, then
but-
again, there's Steins Gate. So, it's a very nice game series.
Do-do-do. Okain, Yusuke. Yeah, tatapate. I couldn't tell whether or not her bones had shattered. I couldn't tell whether or not her innards had turned to pulp.
She looks pretty peaceful to me.
Run to her, dumbass. Her spinal fluid hadn't come lashing out. Blackish blood hadn't flown everywhere. A frail but certain groan spilled from Ayase's mouth. She was alive. She appeared to have lost consciousness and didn't budge an inch, but she had almost no visible injuries, only a minor trace of blood in her forehead. On her forehead. Even though she had fallen from the roof, she lay collapsed there, all but unhurt, on a flower bed.
花壇に
Had there been a flower bed there? A flower bed there?
Have there been a flower bed there?
No.
予定と結果に大きな違いがあったようだが。
我々は進化への第一歩を踏み出したんですよ。
三桁もの死人が出るなど我々は聞いておらんぞ。
計画に不備があったのかね。
いいえ、お二人にはぜひ人の進化の歴史というものを振り返ってみていただきたいものですね。
I don't like this guy. I don't know him. I
進
don't
化
like
に
him.
は多少の犠牲はつきものという点については異論はない。
死人のことなどどうでもいい。
I care nothing
重
for
要
those who
なの
died.
は予定と違うということだ。
想定の範囲内ですよ。私の中ではね。
ならばなぜ事前に我々へ連絡せんのだ。情報をコントロールするにはそれなりの下準備が必要なのだぞ。貴様の推挙のために人や金を犠牲にしてきたわけではない。それを忘れるな。
ご安心を。先ほど申しました通
Can you
り
stop hopping on my bed,
想定の範囲
please?
内いずれ近いうちに選挙での票集めに苦労することも強引な勧誘活動を告発される恐れもなくなるでしょう。
I don't know why you're hopping so much.
Because my back hurts. I got no back support. I have nothing to sit on, to lean back on.
I've given you a solution before.
What's your solution?
Stay back there and watch it on your phone.
Look on a tiny little screen.
Yeah. Either that, or we can
Boot up
see
my
about
laptop.
either that, or we can see about getting a This would obviously be for like next week, but if we could get a
Chromecast close to the television.
an HDMI cable. I don't need a Chromecast.
You need a freaking long one.
And then I'd also need a 16-foot extension cord because I could both lay on the bed. And then from there, it's just leave it on auto.
You
Stop
can use
it.
your controller.
No, I can't.
You can. It's in the options when you go to start the game.
My controller's not wireless. What is it? Your controller
Well,
doesn't
that
work on
sounds
mine.
like a personal problem.
I just leave it on auto.
我々が日本を、いや世界を変える日もじきに。
口を慎め。300人委員会への造反が知れれば我らに待っているのは破滅だけだ。
君
Change
の
my
役目
original
は
plan once the scene
計
ends
画
and
通
get
りに
back
ことを進めることであって、
You,
それ
please
以
don't
上
get
でも
named.
以下でもないよ。
調整
I
は
don't
我
want
々
to name,
が
so
や
just for
る。
yourself.
That's fine. I'll just get
承知
myself
してい
some.
ます。
それで第二世代についての報告を聞こうか。
お二人にも満足していただける仕上がりですよ。ノア2は。
Why did you say 2 in English?
Because it's cool.
2. Okay.
Noah 2.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. Short break. I want some ice cream. I'll be right back. Anybody talks, you can talk to them, okay? I don't think anybody's likely to talk, but you feel free to talk to them. But man, the other reason I'm going out, Have the last of the ice cream.
Last of it?
Yeah, it's only that much. I have informed Mother that I have the last of the ice cream.
At least none of it went to waste.
Exactly, that's what I told her to
do. Am I gonna need to start reading?
My spoon, yes. My spoon smells like a wet dog. Camera, hello.
You already have your own personal spoon.
No, I don't. I haven't found her yet.
I ran from school to the park with all my might, stopping only when my breath ceased coming. My lungs furiously sought oxygen. As I wheezed, I took a swift look about the park. There were absolutely no human figures around. I didn't catch sight of the personages I dreaded, Shogun and Yua. Relieved, I began collecting my breaths. It was close to evening. The sky gradually transformed from blue to the color of twilight. Listening, you may say. The usual quietness of this park made the previous uproar at school seem like a lie. The incident had ended up in a failed suicide attempt. An ambulance carried Ayase off. I had no way of knowing what happened to her afterward. After the stir, I gave up on searching for Rimi and ran away here. The spectacle from before was indelibly seared into the back of my brain.
Be thankful you saved her life.
At that time, as Ayase fell, I thought she could never be saved. But she'd lived. I still didn't know the details, but at least she hadn't died. She was breathing. She had few, if any, other wounds. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely have died. She was miraculously saved. Because she fell atop the soft earth of a flower bed. But it was physically impossible for Ayase to have fallen on a flower bed. Because there hadn't been anything like a flower bed down there. Until the instant before Ayase fell. That place had been paved with the paved asphalt of the parking lot. Several teachers' cars were parked there. Despite that, why, in a single second, had a flower bed manifested?
Because you saved her.
Had I done it? Even in the midst of being upset over it, I'd envisioned that maybe there was a flower bed beneath her. But just because of that, could a split-second delusion like that actually become reality?
Yes! That's what the three of them have been trying to tell you for so long.
I'd wondered if I had some kind of special power, and I'd undergone the similar experience of witnessing ISA divide in two, but... could I do something as amazing as creating a flower bed instantaneously? Even though I didn't possess a D-sword? Furthermore, that flower bed had continued existing even after ISA fell. When teachers ran up to her as she lay there, they left footprints amid the flowers. Flowers blooming there. I thought they were the same as those planted in the courtyard flower beds. Are their stems bent from being trodden on by the ambulance crew? And they were probably still in the same place even now. A delusion had become reality and stayed that way. It hadn't ultimately disappeared like ISA's doppelganger. And everyone had accepted the flower bed as if its presence there were perfectly normal. None of them had expressed any doubts about it. Could I seriously have done that?
I'm going to note, in the midst of everything else that happened in that 10 to 25 seconds between when he first got there and when she jumped, nobody's going to process, wait, why are there flowers here? That is going to be the last thing going through their heads. Like, oh my god, this was asphalt. It just transformed into flowers. They're going to be thinking, she's not dead. Thank God. Or why is there not blood? Their thoughts are not going to be coherent enough to go, wait, did those flowers just instantly appear out of nowhere over concrete? This isn't possible. Give me a break. They're going to think about that later.
Oi.
A sharp voice called me from behind.
Another girl.
Before I had a chance to turn around, a hand stretched out and seized the front of my shirt. Without my having any chance to struggle, I got shoved violently into the playground equipment.
Is she eating a popsicle?
My back slammed powerfully against it, and I moaned in pain. It was you, wasn't it? No delusion. Or neither. Neutral. You created that flower bed. Senna was the one who had used violence against me out of the blue.
By the way,
she grabbed the front of my shirt and pulled me up with incredible force. I couldn't breathe. I waved my arms around in vain, but she showed no indication of letting me go.
I really don't want you telling me which path to go. I will choose on my own.
And by all means, I'm not taking away your choice. I'm giving you my suggestion. My high suggestion.
I don't want you doing that. Okay? So, I don't want any... You can give me your suggestion after I've made the decision, okay? But I do not want you telling me what to choose, or what you suggest me choosing before I choose. I already chose to do no delusion for this one because it makes no sense narratively that he'd out of the blue have a delusion about whatever she's doing.
I mean, it makes sense to have delusions as often as the delusion trigger comes up, let's be real.
I do not think it does. Because this is, at this point in time, he's going to be focused on whatever she's yelling at. In my opinion. My playthrough.
He's just focusing on delusions. This should be the front of his mind, his delusions right now. On top of that, her eyes were brimming with such a sharp light that might be interpreted as a desire to kill. I went cold, thinking she'd murder me, and frantically shook my head. Senna's fierce breathing brushed my cheek. God, I wish that were me. With such rage that it appeared like she would bite me at any moment. Why was this girl so violent and scary? Are you connected to the
The
cosmic
fuck what?
church of the divine light? Divine
そ
what?
の力を誰から教わった？
Unusually, her voice had grown strained. But I had no idea what was going on, and all I could do for the time being was keep shaking my head over and over.
あんなのありえない。ディソードなしでエラーを現実にするなんて。お前はその力のことを誰に教わったんだ？誰からだ？答えろ！
No one told me a single thing about this power. But if I had to put it one way or the other,
I gotta say.
I can't breathe. I'm suffocating. I feel faint. I'm gonna die. It's no good.
And he blacked out.
Just as I seemed about to lose consciousness, Santa let me go without warning, and I collapsed in place. As I hacked away, I desperately sucked in air. The hell? Was Senna my enemy, as I had thought originally? Did she too work for Shogun? If so, I had to escape.
本当に天聖振興会とは関係ないんだな。
What was the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light? I never heard anything like it. Seeing my bewildered face, Senna finally stopped glaring. She clicked her tongue lightly and let out a sigh.
Yeah, see, if I was on that one Discord that you told me about, this would be all the chat's flooded with is...
Images of hot chicks?
That's a debatable statement, but yes. Yes.
Girl B, best girl.
Best picture whole game. Fight me.
I will absolutely fight you. That is not the best
I will
picture.
fight you. Thus far, best picture whole game. Fight me.
What about Nanami eating a fish burger?
I see that does nothing for me. Second best picture game. Fight me. One of your favorite pictures, I guarantee it. I'll fight you.
No, actually, it's what about Senna shoving her foot in your face?
Actually, I like that one too.
Adorable. Ah! Yes! Yes!
The only white hair character that you do like.
Over here, Kuman at pictures. Oh god, no!
What?
The picture of Big Mom.
Oh, that one? What are you talking about? Okay.
Alright. Play the game.
Un momento. Estoy pooping. Alright, there you go.
As long as there's more girl B, I am happy man.
関係ないならいい。
Sorry, if you don't have any relationship with them, that's fine. Muttering in a disinterested way that really didn't make it sound like as if you were apologizing, then I began to leave. It seemed she didn't intend to hurt me. Then... I mustered up my courage and called out to her. I thought she'd ignore me, but Senna stopped and turned back to face me. Her expression was still severe, but apparently she meant to listen to me.
力って何なの？
Senna knew something. She referred to the flower bed, saying, "You created it, didn't you?" Everyone on the spot, aside from me, had acknowledged the flower bed as something that had been there from the start. But Senna was different.
さっきの花壇どうなって。
お前が妄想したんだろ。
Imagined it. I had, but
現実にすることが可能だ。本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。つまりエラーを現実として認識させる。
でも視界に映すだけじゃそれって幻でしかないよ。
illusions were no more than illusions. They were false. If that flower bed were an illusion, Ayase wouldn't have lived. Ayase had been saved because the flower bed there wasn't an illusion, but rather the real thing.
世界の仕組みは3つの数字で全て説明できる。0と1、そしてマイナス1。ディソードはそのマイナス1を生み出すためのショートカットになる。だがお前はディソードなしでそれをやった。
So I want to note, what you're telling me is we live in the Matrix.
This is all simulation.
Everything's covered by 0, 1, and -1. -1 isn't binary, but 0 and 1 definitely are.
She'd start saying things that went straight over my head again. No, but what Senna told me wasn't merely a flight of fancy. At least, the patent for VR technology turned out to be fact. Senna really did know something.
いいか、これ以上エラーを作るな。それがお前のためだ。それと他にもエラーを見たら教えろ。
She one-sidedly threw at me words that could be taken as kind of a threat, and she turned her back on me.
目に見えるものだけを信じられることがどんなに幸せか。
Then it spat out that parting mutter, and this time she left for good. AH Tokyo. The floor of AH General Hospital, where the psychiatric examining rooms could be found, was steeped in silence.
So I mean, nope. I think I know why I've been, or at least some of the reason why sometimes I've been falling asleep. For me,
No music?
no. Reading is exhausting for me. It does not appear to be exhausting for you. That's why, like, the parts where you're reading versus where I'm reading, there's a drastic difference. You can read for a lot longer than
I can also read better when I'm more comfortable. I'm really uncomfortable right now. Trying to raise my voice and like lean in and
I like how you even bothered asking, like, hey, can I bring in a chair?
Where would I sit it? Can we even sit two people next to each other there?
Mm-hmm.
By all means, I'll try to sit next to you, but I don't know it's going to work out well.
Alright, go grab a chair. Go grab a chair from the dining room or whatever.
Okay, set this next to you, leave the thing on it. Set this next to you. Hold this.
You want some ice cream?
Find a way to wrap that back around.
I'm thinking you should be able to put, like, right around there. I'm gonna scoot over a little bit. Maybe comfortable, may not be. Angle it a little bit. Should at least be a little bit more comfortable than the other way, right?
Oh my god.
A little bit more comfortable? Have an armrest. Okay. Well,
Let's get in there.
1 second.
Come on, Coco.
Hi, we're experiencing technical difficulties. Give me a second.
Alright. Now everybody's gonna see the corner of my forehead. On the shoulder. Alright, well, this is different.
It's different. Welcome to the stream.
Hello. Okay. The floor of the AH General Hospital where the psychiatric examining
What's on my
rooms
back?
can be found was steeped in silence.
Oops. I like blankets. You have control of the mouse.
It was said that the surgical department and the emergency room had been in quite a state since the earthquake, as injured people who had lost consciousness due to seemingly basal symptoms were carried in one after the other. But the psychiatric ward had nothing to do with that, and if anything, the patients visiting for diagnoses finished earlier than usual. In a few days, perhaps potential PTSD patients would come pouring in, but for today at least, the psychiatric department had run out of scheduled appointments. The nurse Hazuki Shino realized that she had been working here since the previous day's night shift, with hardly a break. She was hungry as well. The psychiatric ward had lost one of its doctors the other day. He had been ruthlessly killed in a New-Gen incident, and no substitute had arrived yet, so they were constantly understaffed. But all that remained for today's work were minor miscellaneous tasks, and if she passed them on to the nurse responsible for the next night shift, she could finally take some time off.
How did he die again?
His brain was, he was walking around without a brain. I'm pretty sure that's all the information that was expressed about that. He survived a week without his brain. Takashi Fumio. Patting her cheeks with both hands as though telling herself to keep it up for just a little longer, she's about to swiftly cut through the empty lobby. She sensed a gaze coming from behind her, a prickling sensation at the back of her neck. Goose flesh rose on her arms with a shiver. Hot nurse. She automatically turned around, but all that continued beyond there was the silent corridor. No one was there. Hazuki jerked at the voice that came flying toward her from a completely different direction. One man stood alone in the lobby she'd convinced herself was empty, and he called out to Hazuki when he spotted her. He was a young man with some childishness remaining in his determined face. His complexion was ruddy, and he certainly didn't appear to be ill.
あなたは
ちょっと時間もらっていいっすか。
はあ。
どうもっす。
He smiled bashfully, then abruptly grabbed Hazuki's arm and began walking from the lobby toward the stairs. Upon seeing Hazuki's confusion, the man Suwa Mamoru pulled a black ID book out of his breast pocket and held it up a little demurely. It is a police badge. Suwa stopped at a stairway landing and looked around with the appearances of one being doubly careful.
それでお話って。
Hazuki, who still had work left to do, looked a bit restless. Appearing to understand this, Suwa took a single photograph from his pocket without any preamble.
この少年に見覚えないっすか？
Pictured there was Nishijo Takumi's listless-looking face. Hazuki, who had confidence in her ability to remember faces as part of her work, had already nodded unthinkingly.
西条匠間違いないっすか？
ええ。でも。
Hazuki's hesitation was only natural. Even if the person asking were a police officer, there couldn't possibly be anything good about leaking a patient's information. But Suwa had been well aware of this when he began speaking to Hazuki. He put on an earnest gaze as he revised his previously light attitude, and lowering his voice, he plunged on ahead.
頼みがあるんすけど。
I have a favor to ask you.
西条匠のカルテ、こっそり見せてもらえないっすか？
そんなの無理です。できません。
とある事件に関わる重要なことなんすよ。
At her wit's end, Hazuki tried to leave the spot immediately, but Suwa circled around and blocked her path.
困ります。
迷惑はかけないっす。だから
I wouldn't put your
頼ま
phone
せよ。
down.
Suwa fell to his knees then and there and began prostrating himself to her.
本当に無理なんです。
これ以上犠牲者を出さないためにも。
Yeah, my computer is kind of a warm one.
Unable to think of a suitable way to refuse him, Hazuki could only keep on going in circles. I was a little dazed after parting with Senna, but soon I returned to myself and dashed back here. Happily, I didn't encounter either Shogun or Yua. In the end,
Not
I
that
got
I'd
home
complain.
without meeting Rimi.
Not that I'd complain if you did come across Yua. Like,
Because of the commotion over ISA and the midday earthquake, school must have canceled classes early and sent the other students home. If I waited a little longer, maybe Rimi would come visit me. Until then, I probably had no choice but to endure the fear on my own.
SMG.
To continue averting my eyes from anxiety, I decided to use my recovered PC to gather information. The little light on my cell phone, which I'd left next to the monitor, was blinking. When I opened it, I had a new email. I thought maybe Rimi had contacted me.
You know, I for the time being, I will be pleased with myself. I know enough about Japanese and European stuff to figure out why it was 1 o'clock yet Juichi or Jusan was said. I just need to find out about why it was just. Especially since it's a completely different language.
Something amazing happened at school today. Someone tried to kill herself by jumping off the roof. It freaked me out, and I was really scared. I wonder if she's okay. Were you at school when it happened? Oh, and the earthquake was unbelievable too. It made my head super double ache. I wonder what it was. Nana.
Nana.
Today at school. None of me.
Crying faces. You know, it makes me think of. I was gonna say something. You know, it makes me think. The little cry face makes me think of No Face.
This is one of the most emotionally impactful moments of the entire game.
Why?
So she kind of enjoyed being part of the peanut gallery. Congrats to her. I didn't send a reply, of course.
Good. Wait, it's been 5 hours since then?
I had to go looking ISA up online. As before, I couldn't connect to Phantasm's official homepage. No online newspapers had reported on her. Well, they must have had their hands full with the earthquake that had rocked Shibuya, and they probably couldn't be bothered with the failed suicide attempt of some indie band's vocalist.
Go to her hangout.
At the moment, I didn't have any way to find out whether or not ISA was alright.
Go to her hangout. Her band's probably there.
Much more information had been determined with respect to the earthquake since the last time I checked. The number of deaths had risen to 118, and there are currently over 300 injured. To think that the fatalities would exceed 3 digits. The epicenter was in Shibuya, and surprisingly, the casualties were almost wholly restricted to the Shibuya region. The earthquake had been magnitude 5.
Nothing special, not magnitude 8.
There are also articles stating that most of the magnetic devices throughout Shibuya had been damaged. When I considered the fact that there were many other people out there who had suffered through tragedies like mine, frustration surged up in me yet again. It was a tragedy indeed. My precious Moe art collection and my Eroge save data would never come back to me for all eternity. In any case, I couldn't think of it as having been an ordinary earthquake. It was utterly abnormal for there to be 118 deaths. That abnormality, of course, had become a hot topic on the net. Didn't Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes cause this earthquake? What are you saying? Whose eyes are those eyes? Awesome! That's it, that's the reason 118 people died in magnitude 5 earthquake. Dang it, how carefree of them.
Omega.
Minister of Education, Iriomote Island. I thought back over the moment of the earthquake. At the time, an astounding impact had struck me. That sensation I had never tasted before in my life, as though my head were boiling, as though it were exploding. Kibayashi.
Kibayashi mission?
Having to take something like that, it wouldn't be odd if you died from shock. I watched the news on TV as well as looking online. My PC had a TV tuner attached to it, that's why I didn't need a TV in my room.
現在までに死者118名、重軽傷者300名以上と非常に多くの犠牲者が出ていることが分かっています。さて、渋谷の駅前と中継がつながったようです。
You know, it's weird how that character looks distinctly older than all the other girls in this game, yet doesn't. Is it just me?
She looks like she's in her 30s. Maybe 40s.
Yes, but what drawn about her makes her look different? Everybody else looks like they're in their
Angle
teens.
of her eyes. Eyebrows.
She looks a little more tired. That's it. Tiredness makes you look old.
The way she's dressed.
Yeah, but you can't beat
the giant earrings.
島谷さん、現地の様子はいかがですか
？2005年に同じように震度5の地震が東京であったんですよ。その時はゼロで、なぜ今回は100名以上の被害者が出ているんですか？
Yeah, 118 deaths and a magnitude 5 is
被
pretty
害者の
normal.
数は震度に比例するわけじゃないんです。そこには様々な要因がありまして。亡くなった方の死因や病院に運ばれた負傷者の容体については未だ詳しい情報が入っておりません。また渋谷区を中心に磁気メディアが全壊してしまっていることについて今日は専門家にお越しいただいております。
地質学産業研究所より
林原泰造先生、財団法人地質調査環境センターより小沢幹人先生にお越しいただきました。
林原さん、今回の地震について磁気メディアに深刻な被害が出た原因というのはどういうところにあるんでしょうか。
まず知っておいていただきたいのは、渋谷区あたりの地下200メートル付近には磁鉄鉱、つまり天然の磁石が多く埋蔵されている地層があるということですね。地層の分類としては火成岩層ですが、私たちはこのエリアを磁鉄鉱の谷、マグネタイトバレーと呼んでいます。地中にある磁石の谷ですね。文字通りかなり大規模な岩脈なんですよ。ここにですね、今回の地震のような大きな刺激が加わったとするならば、その影響で地上に存在する磁生態、主に磁気メディアの持つ記録部に、致命的なダメージを与えてもおかしくはないんです。
These are the two bad guys, aren't they? I know you don't want to tell me because I've asked you not to tell me. I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking.
Go ahead.
In that room, the one guy's talking to the two guys that are heading the thing that's behind all this shit. There's an old gentleman, a young dude in a suit. Now in front of me, we got somebody who sounds like he's making them excuses about what's going on. Being said by an old man, young kid in a suit. The hair for the old man doesn't match, but that does not necessarily mean that it's not the same guy. The young kid looks. My thought. I don't trust these guys.
It's fallen. They're random people on television.
See that guy's eyes? Shady.
No, I can't see his eyes. They're closed.
Shady as shit. No man sits there and talks about the death of people with their eyes closed.
He's a random background character. If you want to make theories about him, go on ahead, but, you know.
He's called people Baka.
He's talking
about dikes.
That's racist. Sexist.
No, it's not. It's about magnets and magnetites. And disruption in magnetic media.
This is the third person watching this.
実際ですね、過去にも震度5の地震は何度も発生しています。過去のそれらの地震では今回のような被害はなかった。
なかった。
なので、原因は別にあるのではないかと考えるのが妥当だと思います。そうは言うがね。
And so what is it? What did kill these people? What caused these people to die? Would you tell us, sir?
On top of that, they're talking about, oh well, yeah, you know, this is the magnitude 5 happens all the time, you know, so we gotta look at elsewhere for the cause. They don't want Shibuya to be the. I swear, these are the two bad guys.
Okay, well that's all fine and well, but you didn't explain at all how people died. How did 118 people die from this?
That's my point. These guys are trying to put all the blame elsewhere. I think they're the real culprits. That's my now headcanon. These guys are the bad guys.
Okay.
渋谷にいた人のほとんど
Then you find out it's that lady all this whole time. That lady's behind it all.
間違いなく自鉄鋼が
She's
関
that
係
guy
し
that's
てい
been
る可
talking to
能
them this
性
whole
が
time.
自我ごときで100人も殺せると主張するおつもりですか？
それではここで CM です。
結局詳しいことは何も分からずか。
That's what they want you to think. They're the media. They know everything.
They completely disregarded how right after the earthquake, a vast white cloud had risen over Shibuya. as well as the fact that the sky turned white. So at first, everyone had made sure to report about it. It creeped me out, the way they acted as if it hadn't happened in the first place.
Because they don't want you to know. They want you to not think about that. How many delusion triggers are there in this chapter? Probably about 3.
Let me see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we've already had 2 of them.
5? Chimney.
There's 4. There's like 44 total in this game.
Ugh.
Near off-hours entrance to the AH General Hospital, there is an area where ambulances could pull up alongside the building and deliver emergency patients. Now two ambulances were parked there, and the ambulance crew members attempted to carry people who had been wounded in the earthquake into the hospital.
Show me ISA. Show me ISA.
A doctor in pale green surgery scrubs and the middle-aged head nurse yelled while instructing them on how to come in. A number of patients awaiting treatment had already sat down in the area around the off-hours entrance, demonstrating that the doctors were having trouble getting to everyone. The patients being borne in could be divided into roughly 2 groups. Those with external wounds had blood flowing from their arms or foreheads, and their faces were screwed up in agony. It was painful to look at them, but their examinations had been postponed. The ones who had been prioritized for admittance were the unconscious patients who had no external wounds whatsoever. This baffling symptom was awfully common among the emergency patients who had been brought here as a result of the earthquake. It is a phenomenon that hadn't been witnessed in previous large earthquakes. And the doctors had yet to determine the reason for their unconsciousness.
Is Bond dead?
Another ambulance arrived on the scene, blaring its shrill siren. When the doctor asked about the patient's symptoms, the worker who had descended from the ambulance yelled, He gave no other explanations. Normally, this would have driven the doctor to complain. In a situation as jumbled as this, if someone said top priority to you without any explanation, it'd be ordinary to answer, "Are you making fun of me?" Unexpectedly, however, both the doctor and the head nurse nodded at once. They helped bring the stretcher down from the ambulance. Kishimoto Ayase lay on the stretcher as though sleeping. Unconscious, she groaned faintly.
Why is she top priority?
Unconcerned by the hateful stares of the externally wounded patients seated all around, the doctor and the ambulance crew hastened to carry the stretcher inside the hospital. Guess she's a celebrity? Person of interest?
Remy!
A girl watched this unfold from a short distance away. She stood at the hospital's main entrance.
Why are you here, Remy?
Sakihara Remy bit her lip and furrowed her eyebrows, a strained expression on her face.
Kishimoto-san.
Why are you here?
Anyway!
No! Answer my question!
The earthquake concerned me, but I was even more preoccupied with thoughts of Shogun.
No shit.
Though my migraine had mostly gone away, anxiety continued to dominate my head, and being alone made me grow more and more depressed. I had yet to receive any form of contact from Remy. I tried calling her, but I got her voicemail again. Even so, up until now, Arimi had invariably came sailing to me to wherever I was and reassured me, saying it'll be okay. Why wouldn't she come for me today? Hadn't she told me that she would always stay with me? I ground my teeth and immersed myself in redoing my PC settings to elude my insecurity. I'd start by fixing my email configurations from the ground up. Since I hadn't touched it since I first tweaked the settings, I didn't remember how I liked to have everything arranged. I had to begin by finding the instructions for my email software in ISP. Before I knew it, I was damp with sweat. Though it didn't involve a huge amount of labor, many times, midway through, I wanted to throw it all away in irritation. Even so, an hour later, 30 minutes of which was spent searching for the manual, I had finally restored email service to myself. I immediately checked my email. Alright, dude.
What? I'm paying attention.
I get hooked on Lola Iro co-eds, my husband cheated on me, Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes by Nanami. Urgent 20-person quota, yesterday was fun. You've been presented with an honorary deposit. Sex so great, your head'll explode. Become sex friends with me. Bunch of spam, except for Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes by Nanami. I had finally become able to hear her voice. It was a real relief to listen to her. I felt like it had all been worthwhile. I had 8 new items in my inbox. Pretty much all of them were spam. Mixed in with the spam, there's a mail. With a subject line and a sender that caught my attention. You're gonna need to pay attention here, dude.
I'm paying attention! Really? You're gonna focus on that again? Oh, man.
I groaned without thinking. What was this? Was Nanami pulling my leg? If so, that'd make her the lowest of the low. I'm gonna beat her to death.
Hey.
No, wait a second. Nanami couldn't have mailed me here. She never sent mail to my PC address in the past. A little earlier even, she'd mailed my cell phone. I hadn't told her my PC email address in the first place. The convergence of multiple coincidences? Had it just sort of happened? Nanami was quite a common name. Even the phrase, whose eyes are those eyes, was incredibly popular now. You'd see it getting used all over the place. There's nothing weird about it getting used as the title of a spam email.
Sure there is.
For the time being, I decided to read the contents.
結構な長文だな。
バカ。
さっきはチャットで話ができて楽しかったよ。
I had fun chatting with you earlier. By the way, the sender's name is an alias.
僕の名前は将軍だ。
My name is Shogun.
Damn it, Shogun.
Shogun, you mean...
将軍が僕のメアド知ってるはずが。
I'm gonna need you to pay your full attention.
I'm paying attention, dude.
What if Shogun were recording my thoughts? Extracting my email address might be easy as pie for him.
嘘でしょ
Sender Nanami. To T. Takumi. I had fun chatting with you earlier. By the way, the sender's name is an alias. My name is Shogun. I'm so glad Ayase-san was rescued. I thought perhaps I'd use her as a victim in my next new-gen creation. But suicide is fine too. How very like you, Takumi-kun, to hit a new high score. You've left me in awe. You truly are special. What is this? Now, next up is Nishijo Nanami-chan. It'd be nice to see a dramatic development involving siblings. But thanks to the earthquake, Shibuya is currently in a rather brutal state. It's up to you whether or not you'll be able to reach a conclusion so touching as to send all that flying away. Hasn't it started becoming a bit troublesome to set off on quests unarmed? You're a hero, so don't you want to get your hands on a hero's sword? Please, look forward to it. As I read the whole message, its intimate tone became conversely terrifying. It's crazy. Oh god. Let's start the Nanami-chan rescue quest. I'd like you to come to the roof of O-Front at 9 o'clock tonight. I'm planning to get you on television, so please be sure to look properly heroic. Yes, on a side note, have you accepted my present? Shogun.
What present?
And when he said things like quest and high score, he almost made it sound like a game.
僕は勇者なんかじゃない。ナイトハルトじゃない。
I get murdered right off the bat. I want to run away. I want to run away. Remy. I had to get Remy to protect me. Why wouldn't she contact me? Had she gotten injured in the earthquake? But Masumi-kun hadn't said a thing about it when I saw him. I took my phone in hand and looked to see if any calls or messages had arrived from Remy. Where the heck was she? I had to start. My phone email inbox. At the very top was displayed the mail from Nanami that had reached me shortly before. Nanami. She... okay? I reread the message from Shogun one more time from the start. Now next up is Nishijo Nanami-chan. Let's start the Nanami-chan rescue quest. This... what did it mean? For now, better try calling Nanami. I opened my phone's email address, or address book. There are only 3 recorded numbers. Home, Remy's cell, and Nanami's cell. Every single time we came across each other, Nanami nagged at me to call her. There was no helping it, so this time I'd call her for once. So be good about it and pick up. If you don't, I'll never call you again, okay? I won't let you make excuses, like something about you getting hurt and trapped in place during the earthquake. I pulled up Nanami's number and pressed the call button. I put the phone to my ear. No response. The calling sound wouldn't even start ringing. I knew it tended to take a little time like this when you make calls with a cell phone, but right now that soundless time seemed to last forever, making me horribly irritated. Yes, I got through.
Backwards ringtone.
Huh? The sound. What was it? I experimented with taking my cell phone away from my ear. An unfamiliar melody resonated through the room. This... could it be a phone's ringtone?
Oh,
Whose
no.
phone was ringing? In terms of the timing, no matter how I thought about it, I shook my head. I'd never heard Nanami's ringtone, so there's no evidence that this melody belonged to Nanami's phone. Frightened, I put my phone back to my ear one more time. Nanami still didn't pick up. Please, hurry up and answer. With things having come to this, I should try calling home. Yeah, that'd be the fastest way. Ignoring the mystery ringtone I've been hearing all this time, I put first things first and ended my call to Nanami. It got cut off. The mysterious ringtone cut itself off. My room suddenly went quiet. There had been a slight time lag, but I was positive I'd stopped hearing that melody when I ended the phone call. At almost exactly the same time. I grew increasingly perturbed. Unsure of how to act, all I could do was look around and around my room. Even if I called it looking around, nothing of what I saw entered my consciousness. I was just making my field of sight run in circles. My mind had gone pure white. I tried calling Nanami one more time. Maybe this time, that ringtone wouldn't start playing, and maybe Nanami would answer the phone. I embraced such thin expectations in my fuzzy head. My expectations were betrayed at once. Hardly 2 seconds after I started hearing the sound of my outgoing call, that carefree melody started to ring again. There was no mistaking it. I could no longer continue averting my eyes from reality. Nanami's cell phone was in this room. Why? Had Nanami forgotten it here? Or... On a side note, have you accepted my present? It's a lie. It's a categorical lie. No matter what, it's simply too ridiculous. I lowered the hand holding my phone at a snail's pace. I couldn't do as much as blink. My throat was achingly dry. Even so, I sought out the sound's origin. This time, I slowly moved my eyes across each of the items thrown around in this room. I savagely detested myself for having never attempted to tidy up my room. If I kept it organized, I'd soon have known where I was hearing it from. Where the hell was that sound coming from? This box. I heard the melody from inside it. It was about the size of 2 irrigate boxes lined up next to one another. I thought it was a box from an online purchase, but there was no flyer or anything to go with it. Nor was there an invoice mentioning the sender. It was firmly sealed with packing tape. Had there always been a box like this? A box this large sitting over here? Had it fallen off my bed in the earthquake?
Yeah.
No. I'd never seen this box before, to begin with. If it were something I'd ordered, I'd have opened it as soon as it arrived. If it were an auction item, I'd have sent it off as soon as I taped it closed. It occurred to me that perhaps Nanami had brought something for me in it, but I had no recollection of her carrying a present over in a cardboard box like this. In short, during the span of the hour when I'd gone to school, someone had come here. Shogun, I'll send you a present. Shogun, I'd be delighted if it pleases you. The pulse in my chest grew violent. I hastily double-checked the padlock on the door. A chill ran down my back. Earlier, when I'd staggered out of my base, I couldn't remember having locked the door behind me, which was natural enough because at the time I'd been tormented by a stabbing migraine, and my consciousness was hazy. When I returned from school an hour later, the door had been unlocked. Anyone would have been free to enter. Had Shogun come? Here? I looked at the box again. The melody continued ringing. Nanami's cell phone was still inside it. I gingerly picked up that cardboard box. Heavy. Far too heavy for me to think a cell phone was the one thing inside it. Going by what it felt like, it was the same as a 500 milliliter juice container. I hesitated to open it. I had an incredibly bad feeling. But I couldn't come up with any way to deal with it other than opening it. Besides, I was worried about Nanami. She was an impudent little sister. But she was my little sister all the same. Nanami's cell phone was inside here. Or to put it differently, someone had taken Nanami's cell phone away from her. Let's start the Nanami-chan rescue quest. So Shogun had written in his email. I looked at the clock. It was 7:30. Another hour and a half left until the designated time. Nanami might be in danger. I had no choice but to open it. My pulse wasn't slow. Sweat poured heavily from my forehead. I wiped that sweat off with the back of my hand and, groaning, began peeling off the packing tape stuck to the box. Muttering to myself as though praying, I opened the top flaps. Inside it was a lump wrapped in aluminum foil. Styrofoam peanuts were neatly stuffed in there alongside it. I peeked in timidly, but I couldn't spot a phone. I heard the melody from inside the lump of aluminum foil. Sweat entered my eyes, making them sting. My whole body had gotten soaked in sweat without my knowing it. I'd had enough. Why was I the only one who had to end up like this? I was on the verge of voicing my gripes. I sought words of deliverance from Saratan, but she wouldn't say anything. A whole range of delusions were swirling around in my head, on the brink of exploding, to the point that I couldn't have imaginary conversations with Saratan. The heightening of my emotions made my nerve endings seem about to burn apart, but the cell phone's carefree melody mercilessly urged me on. Bracing myself, I pinched the edges of the aluminum foil in my fingers. Closed my eyes, held my breath, and ripped all the aluminum foil off at once. I heard the melody more clearly now. I was afraid to open my eyes. I strove to collect my breathing, but it didn't go well at all. It'd be okay. It was fine. There wasn't anything bad there. It's probably a prank by Nanami anyway. No doubt Nanami would come into the room sooner or later saying, "Yay, I got you!" with a smile. Yeah, that had to be it. I couldn't consider anything else. If so, I'd scold her with all my might, and I'd never listen to a single thing she said again. Right, tell me that's how it is, Nanami. I couldn't stand to close my eyes and keep on gazing at darkness any longer. Being unable to see it had the opposite effect of making me envision only awful illusions. Which is why I softly opened my eyelids. I saw it. Well, there was a hand. A slender, cleanly severed hand. It held the same cell phone model as mine. On its wrist, it wore...
へえ、かわいいバングルじゃん。じゃあさ、これナナにちょうだい。ひひ、おにどう？似合う？
Bangle, his yellow leather band, had gone scarlet.
So out of curiosity, what was your suggestion for the delusion on that last one?
Green, but it didn't particularly matter. That's one of like 2 moments in particular from this game that have stuck with me since I first played it. Like, oh god.
君は元医師だろ。患者に説明するように分かりやすく簡潔に話してもらえるとありがたい。
努力しましょう。さて、人間の脳の中にある何億という脳細胞。それらは細い神経の糸を出し合って、それぞれに手をつないでいるような格好をしています。しかし実際には各神経の先端にある手と手の間にはごくわずかな隙間が空いているんですよ。脳細胞に情報の電気信号が送り出されると、その神経の手のひらから極小の物質、ドーパミンがボールのように飛び出してきます。それは反対側の神経の手のひらにキャッチされ、再度情報の電気信号に変わってまた隣の脳細胞に伝わっていく。脳の構造は簡単に言うとその繰り返しです。我が社が開発した第2世代ノア2はこの部分に干渉することで人に疑似的な映像を見せることを可能としました。
ホログラムのようなものか。
あるいは幻覚かな。
幻覚の方が近いでしょう。ですが明確に違う点として、その疑似的映像は確かな存在感があるものとして映るということです。人間の目、視覚というのは実に興味深いものです。視野は単眼の場合、鼻側60度、耳側100度程度、両眼の重複視野は120度で、周辺視野を含めれば180度から200度もの視界が広がっているんです。その一方で、以前ご説明したようなデッドスポットもまた存在する。脳にとって視覚とは最もつながりの深い部位です。脳はそのおよそ 80% を視神経情報の処理のためだけに使っている。
その点については 300人委員会も注目しておる。
人間の視覚にはまだまだ謎が多い。世界中で研究テーマとして上がっているものだけでも1000以上に及ぶからね。
アメリカで数年前に発行された行政命令、機密の人体研究に対する保護の強化というのは委員会による圧力ですか？
圧力ではない。これは選定だよ。
300人委員会はどこの馬の骨とも知れん研究者がこの分野に足を踏み入れることを歓迎せん。当然ながらアメリカだけではなく世界各国にも同様の指示は出ている。
我が国は随分自由のようですね。私のような人間を放置しているぐらいですから。
勘違いしてはいかんな。何のために我々がいると思っている？
君はすでに選定済みなんだよ。だからこそ君には何よりも成果が求められている。
300人委員会をも出し抜けるような成果というわけですね。
うかつな口を聞くなと言っておる。
今はまだ我らの真の目的を誰にも悟られてはならない。たとえ委員会に対してもね。
これは失礼。
説明を続けたまえ。
ノア2が生み出した疑似的映像は視神経パルスに変換して電磁波として照射します。対象の皮膚や頭蓋骨を貫通して直接ドーパミン受容体、つまり先ほどの説明でいうところの手のひらにキャッチさせるのです。そしてデッドスポットへと最終的に落とし込まれる。特に G レートの高いエリアの人々は空中の映像パルス信号を敏感にキャッチします。混乱した脳はその疑似的映像を現実だと判断することになります。これが人間の視界の中に無から有を作り出すメカニズムです。ノア2を用いれば街中のどこを見ても先生の選挙ポスターだらけなどという芸当も容易というわけです。ただしあくまで人々のバイオリズムが高い状態であることが条件ですが、
幻覚によって意志を誘導するか。沈黙の兵器とシステムは同じというわけだね。条件さえ満たせば対象の見ている世界を自在に書き換えることができる。
それはギガロマニアックスと同等の力ということか。
Oh my god, there's so much reading!
ノア2は機械仕掛けのギガロマニアックスと言ってもいいでしょう。理論値通りに稼働を始めればギガロマニアックスたちと同等、いや近い将来それ以上の能力を再現できるようになります。
だが効果の有効範囲はどうなっている？電磁波は垂れ流しなのかね？
それでは汎用性という点がおろそかになる。我々は無差別な洗脳を望んでおるわけではない。対象は選定できなければ無意味だぞ。
ご心配なく。そのために機能因子を用意してあります。モニターをご覧ください。
なんだこの小汚いは。
我が社ではポーターと呼んでいます。言い換えればマインドコントロールのための部隊といったところでしょうか。彼らが背負っているリュックの中にはノア2のパルス波を送受信するためのポートが入っています。 ポートは信号を受け取るとリモートで周囲へと放出するわけです。
歩く端末というわけか。それならば有効範囲の制限などないに等しいな。
限定的使用も問題ないことになるね。
状況は理解した。貴様は引き続き計画を続行したまえ。
ただし300人委員会に悟られるような言動はくれぐれも慎むよ
う。あとは何人犠牲を出そうと構わん。
ご理解いただきありがとうございます。それではポーターとして使える人材を提供していただきたいです。
手配しよう。
それと引き続き先生方にはメディアのコントロールをお願いいたします。すべては我ら3人の目指す理想のために。
I'm just gonna say, you guys are really foolish if you think you can act in defiance of the Committee of 300. Incredibly foolish.
タッキー。ねえ、タッキー。聞こえてるっしょ？
聞こえてるよ、セーラタン。
さ、もうこのゲーム終わりにしようよ。
ゲーム？
ナナミッチはタッキーの大事な妹だってのはわかるけど、きっともう手遅れだよ。
そんなことないよ。
だって腕を切り落とされちゃったらさ、普通出血多量で死んじゃうっしょ。ゲームだったら違うかもだけど。
She didn't get her arm cut off, she got her hand cut off.
なんでナナミが。
もうさ、ゲームオーバーなんだよ、きっと。早くゲームをやめないと、もっとたくさん人が死んじゃう。
でもセーラタンだって悪いやつと戦ってるじゃないか。
だって私はアニメだもん。
Like you useless.
I jammed my Saratan figure into my uniform's inner pocket.
助けなきゃ。僕が。
I'd taken Saratan with me as a protective charm. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd never ever carry a figure around with me. If nothing else, there's a danger it'd get damaged. As an otaku, breaking one of my darling wives is my #1 taboo. But I could no longer afford to maintain that policy of mine. For now, I wanted moral support. I might not be alive tomorrow, but I took one last peek down at Saratan, whose face stuck out from inside my pocket. By doing so, I somehow succeeded in fighting back my seeping tears. Somebody collided with me from behind, and I staggered. When I looked over, a thuggish man was giving me a disagreeable stare, but he didn't complain to me, and soon disappeared into the crowd. I surveyed the area. The Shibuya Scramble Crossing. There was a vast crowd of people, one that made it hard to think it was 9 o'clock on a weekday night. Not to mention a place when an earthquake with over 100 fatalities had taken place. I felt like I would suffocate just from waiting for the light to change. Front, back, right, left, people were everywhere. And all of them were raising their voices as one great mass, as if they were cheering on teams at a soccer match. I didn't know why, but apparently the mass media was flooding in as well. People carrying huge cameras crowded into the street, stopping the flow of cars. The photography lights lit up here and there were overbright. People resembling reporters faced the cameras and spoke heatedly about something or other. A number of police officers were observing the passers-by, and the media crews who jutted out into the road, but it wasn't the kind of situation that could easily rein in. It was more or less turning into a pedestrian utopia. Were they holding some kind of event on a day like this, at a time like this? How inappropriate, considering that 100+ people had died. Wouldn't they consider taking things more seriously? On top of that, the media had joined them in their uproar. Man, Japan was done with. Not that it mattered much to me.
助けなきゃ。僕が助けなきゃ。
O-Front, the building designated by Shogun, was located right by the pedestrian scramble. Tatsuya, Sadaba, and the other stores could be found in it. I hadn't truly meant to come alone, but I hadn't been able to get in contact with Rimi. Since it was possible the police still wrongly thought of me as being the Nugent perp, I couldn't report it to them either. While I thought about doing such things, the time Shogun had set kept approaching, and word from Nanami started to drive me up the wall. So I couldn't stop myself from coming here, Saratan in hand. Cutting my way through the sea of people, I managed to get inside O-Front. But its interior, too, was quite packed. I didn't even have the room to get fed up with this. The only things my head had been filled with were prayers for Nanami's well-being. I took the escalator up to the upper floors. I could look down on the scramble crossing through the Shupa's windows. There was an astonishing number of people there as well, after all. Furthermore, all of them were waving or bobbing up, making little jumps, and countless black heads undulated. Hold on. It was clearly brighter here than when I'd been down there. It was enough to make me wonder if all the spotlights were aimed in my direction. Each time the escalator carried me to a higher floor, my heartbeat grew more ferocious. When I took out my cell phone to see the time, as a minute past the promised time of 9 o'clock. If Shogun got pissed off by this and killed Nanami, the thought of it made me go cold. I sprinted my way up the escalator, pushing aside the customers ahead of me. Midway through, I switched to an elevator and took it to the highest floor. I didn't know how to climb to the roof from there, but as I wandered around, careful not to catch anyone's attention, I soon found a back staircase. I succeeded in reaching the roof at once without receiving anyone's censure. The wind was strong up on the roof, a terribly lukewarm wind, given that it was nearing the end of October. I soon realized it wasn't a natural wind, but rather air expelled by the outdoors portion of the air conditioning system. I closed my front buttons to prevent Saratan from coming flying out. I was a little relieved to hear Saratan's voice in my head. If Saratan were with me, I wouldn't be so scared. I desperately attempted to convince myself out of it. Even so, it was dark. The only illumination came from the back of the neon O-Front sign. In contrast, the neon of the surrounding buildings was too bright, making it hard to see. Even if someone were hiding in the shadows, I had a feeling that I definitely wouldn't spy them out. When someone called to me from out of the blue, my heartbeat, which had just started to slow down a little, began banging again. I looked around, but it was too dim to tell where he had spoken from. I heard a sound, a creaking sound, one I'd heard numerous times before. This time I deliberately focused my gaze on the other side of the darkness. There I found the shining, albeit backlit, wheels of his wheelchair. Shogun. He voiced my name in an unfriendly way. He voiced my name in a friendly way. The uncanniness of it made me have goosebumps. I didn't want to talk to Shogun. He frightened me. I wanted to run away from here immediately. But Nanami.
君はすごく勇気のある人だ。ちゃんと一人で来てくれるとは。ありがとうと言っておくよ。
Hey, this Shogun was strange. He differed somehow from when we'd met before. Right, his voice. His voice is weird.
その声。
声なんてただの空気の振動でしかないよ。
どう聞こえるか、その場の条件によって変わる。
そうだろ?
Fuck off, stop with that.
What was going on? His voice kept transforming. Was he using a machine or something? Did he want to conceal his identity by hiding his voice? Why now? Besides, I hadn't understood what he was saying. Yeah, Saratan's right about this. The things Saratan tells me are always the most correct.
Bullshit.
I clenched Saratan's body through my clothes.
ナナミはどこ?
It seemed like fear would make my heart leap from my mouth. Even so, I frantically forced my voice out. I thought scenes like this occurred only on TV or in games. Well, I got news for you, Taku.
ナナミはもう死んだの?
ダウト。だって手首ちょん切られちゃったんだよ。もし生きてるにしても、もうすぐ出血多量で死んじゃうのは変わんないよ。
Tears fell. Naname's sulky face rose at the back of my mind. She'd been insolent. Frankly, she'd been in pain. Despite that, I was so grief-stricken, sad enough that tears would come out.
ナナミは僕の妹なんだ。僕のなんで殺したんだ。ひどいよ。
死んだと思う。
Do you think she's dead?
もしかしたら君の家に送ったあの手首は別人のものかもしれないよ。バングルと携帯はナナミちゃんのものだとしても、手首そのものは別人のものかもしれないっていう。
Nanami is alive?
信じちゃダメだってば。
君が見事クエストをクリアしたら、ナナミちゃんは返すよ。生きているナナミちゃんをね。
Quest. Shogun used that word again. Did he want me to get into it like I was playing a game? But in reality, I'm no hero.
でももしクリアできなかった場合、ナナミちゃんは帰ってこない。
His voice abruptly went as cold as a blade. It's pathetic of me to cower in fear of an old man, but he's abnormal, after all. He was a true new-gen criminal.
だから僕を失望させないようやり遂げてほしい。君ならできるよ。
なんで僕なの？僕じゃなくても、僕なんかじゃなくてもいいじゃないか。
君でなくちゃダメなんだ。
だからな。
君は選ばれた人間だから。
勘違いしちゃダメだよ、タッキー。あいつの言う選ばれたってのは次の犠牲者として選ばれたって意味なんだから。
Recalling the wretched faces of the victims in the sequence of New Gen incidents, I shivered.
君は今日の昼間のことを。
昼間？
学校で君は岸本綾瀬を助けた。
Shogun had mentioned the ruckus about Ayase's failed suicide attempt in his email. He must have been watching the hubbub from somewhere. Or else, he was the culprit and he'd used mind control to make her commit suicide.
あの花壇のおかげで岸本綾瀬は一命を取り留めた。
Shogun knew about the power I was supposed to possess. At the time, no one on the spot had wondered about the flower bed. Only Senna had recognized it for what it was. And Senna had said this to me.
お前が妄想したんだろ。
タッキー、将軍の言うことは全力で否定して。
I see. Maybe Shogun dogged at me. Maybe Shogun was trying to kill me. Because I possessed that power or whatnot. If I claimed I didn't have that power, he might let me slip away.
僕にはそんな力ない。
力？
Power? What do you mean power? I don't remember saying a single word about it.
僕はそんな言葉は一言も使っていないが。
タッキーには力なんてないよ。ただの肝オタなんだよ。タッキーにヒーローの素質なんてないさ。私にハーハーしてるだけの無害な引きこもり予備軍。そうっしょ？
That's right. It's self-centered and juvenile to think I had a unique ability. Senna and Ayase had told me all kinds of things, and I totally begun to buy into it. But for starters, they were obviously kind of mental. I'd have to be off my rocker to unquestionably swallow the words of a mental patient. Even Rimi had said, isn't that itself a delusion?
詳しく説明してくれない？あの花壇のこととか。
僕がやったっていう証拠はあるの？花壇を何もないところから出現させるなんて、そんなの僕には無理。
花壇が何もないところから出現したんだ。他の人は誰もが
最初からそこに花壇があったって話していたけど、君だけは花壇は最初はそこになかったってそう認識しているわけだ。
I might have dug my own grave again.
So in case you haven't noticed, I kind of want to get through this part as I'm very uncomfortable and you go a lot slower than I do, especially since you're reading everything and once they're done talking, I just...
Okay, well, I'm reading it at a quick pace. More importantly, who the hell was Shogun? When he implied that the other students and teachers had said so, it couldn't mean he had spoken to them himself, could it?
僕は力なんてない。自分でも一体どうやったのか。
でも使えた。
But you were able to use it. Your delusion became real.
惑わされないで。
I'm letting the audio play.
本当に力なんてあると思う？そんなのアニメの世界じゃん。タッキーがいるのは現実なんだよ。ただのこともアヤセッチが2人に分裂したこともそれらが現実だったって証明できる？無理っしょ。分裂したアヤセッチの体に触った？
I hadn't touched her.
ただの幻かも。そもそもタッキーはあの時警察とかユアッチに追われて動転してたし。
And what about the flower bed?
同じだよ。花壇は最初からそこにあった。タッキーはリミッチを探してあそこへ行った時頭が痛くてフラフラしてた。アヤセッチが落ちるまでにはっきりとそこに花壇があることを確認した。みんな誰一人として花壇が出現したことを疑問に思ってないってことはさ、逆に言えば最初からそこにあったから疑問に思わないってことっしょ。タッキーが間違えてただけなんだよ。将軍の言葉に惑わされちゃダメ。
花壇は最初からそこにあった。
I repeated what Saratan had said.
最初はそこにはなかったって思い込んでたけど記憶違いだった。僕の脳内での妄想だよ。だってみんなあそこには花壇があったって言ってるんでしょ。力とかそういうわけのわからないものじゃなくてただの思い込みだったんだ。
いや、君には力がある。そうだろ？
死にたくない。
そうだろ？
わからない。殺さないで。
君は自分の天才的な力についてその潜在能力はすごすぎる。君なら世界を変えることだってできる。
I will be the god of this new world.
I want to go home. I want to go shut myself up in my base and marathon ESO endlessly.
You don't know what show that line is from, do you?
I want to look at Saratan figures until I can't stop grinning. I want to keep watching Barachu over and over. Even though that was all I desired.
タッキー、早く逃げて。私がずっと一緒にいてあげる。私だけがタッキーのだから帰ろう。三次元とのつながりなんて楽しいことだけして生きよう。
さて、前置きはこれぐらいにしてそろそろクエストを始めよう。まずは下のスクランブル交差点がよく見えるところまで行っておく。
逃げなきゃ。このままじゃ本当に殺されちゃうよ。
聞こえなかった？スクランブル交差点を見下ろせるところへ移動するんだ。
His tone was soft, but his voice had an incredibly chilly quality to it. A voice so fine-tuned that it seemed to take the energy I needed to resist him and rip it out by its roots.
何を？
My legs trembled and I couldn't walk. I hugged myself. I'd even lost the ability to judge whether or not I should heed what he was saying.
僕の言うことが聞けない？従ってもらわないと、ナナミちゃんの命は保証できないよ。
どうせもう死んじゃってるよ。タッキーが今から頑張ったってただの無駄死に。
Saratan, shut up.
I struggled to squeeze out a cracking voice. The Shogun instantly brushed aside my
その
plea.
必要はないよ。君はもう少し今の状況を考えた方がいい。
I didn't want to think Nanami had died. I didn't want to imagine a dead Nanami. I was scared that once I pictured her, it'd become real. Resigning myself, I did as Shogun had said and began walking for a better view of the scramble crossing. The area at my feet was dark and I'd trip if I didn't proceed with caution. The side of the roof closest to the pedestrian scramble had a transparent acrylic plate jutting up on like a wall. It was roughly 3 stories high. As I neared that wall, I came to hear a roar from the crossing below me. A single female voice particularly caught my ear, but apparently it's coming from the Jumbotron mounted on a neighboring building.
一箇所だけ壊れて穴が開いている部分があるだろう。
Wiping cold sweat off my forehead, I examined the wall in a rush, moving only my eyes. One place did have a hole in it, large enough for a single person to pass through while standing. It is shaped unnaturally, as though it had been smashed. Its broken state was evidently the result of human hands. There was nothing beyond that hole, of course. A sheer cliff straight down to the concrete, 8 stories below.
そこから顔を出して、下にいるギャラリーに挨拶してあげて。
What did he just say?
もう一度言おうか。その穴から身を乗り出して、下にいる人たちに手を振ってあげてほしい。
ほら、あいつタッキーを殺す気なんだって。
My breath caught. Was this how he had made 5 people jump off? It was as Serotan had said, after all. I had no other option but to die as well. I had to jump from here.
そんなの嫌だ。
拒否すれば、ナナミちゃんは死ぬよ。
従えばタッキーは死んじゃうよ。
Shut up.
What was I supposed to do? I thought about taking the best possible course of action, but delusions of the worst case scenario were all kinds of potential patterns turned around and around in my head, and I couldn't get my brain working properly. Save me. Somebody.
鬼のバーカ。
Nanami's voice echoed in my panicked ears. Nanami flickered before my eyes, smiling and gesturing casually. It was my fault. Nanami had absolutely nothing to do with it, yet Shogun had abducted her and cut off her arm because of me. I'm sorry, Nanami. Sorry. I wiped my tears, but still more overflowed even so, and I wiped them again. And I steadily drew closer to the broken open hole in the midst of my fogging field of sight, and tentatively took a look out at the ground. Without any warning, a huge cheer burst up, one that resembled the rustling of the earth.
That's weird.
The vast herd had gathered in the plaza, and the media, the ones who had gathered for some event that was preparing to begin at just the same time. An onslaught of dazzling light hit me. I automatically narrowed my eyes and turned my face away, which brought the Jumbotron in the building next door into view. Without any room for doubt, the thing projected there was... me. Eh? Me? Reflected on the Jumbotron screen, my face was sloppy with tears, and my mouth half open like a...
dumbass.
On top of that, my back was hunched. At first I thought it was a hallucination. Next, I had chills, thinking it was a recording of me that had been secretly filmed elsewhere. Going further, I began to suspect a film Shogun had taken of my thoughts was being played back there. At last, I realized it showed me here, in this place, at this very moment. The live video running on the Jumbotron even came with sensationalistic taglines. 100% live broadcast from Shibuya Station. The Miracle Esper Boy makes his debut.
What?
A ribbon of explanatory text scrolled along the bottom of the screen. A miraculous Esper Boy introduced to us by the world-class psychic Yuri Brightman. His urgent live performance. Can he scry the identity of the new Gen Purple? When I read it, I understood at last. The media crews and rubberneckers gathered at the scramble crossing were all watching me. Don't look at me. Why are you scrutinizing someone like me? Esper Boy, what the hell?
What was your suggestion?
I do like red, but green is a good choice.
Okay.
Red is good.
Red is he trips on his foot and falls off.
He just jumps. He's like, sweet release of death, take me. And he jumps off. Do you all understand what kind of day it's been? An earthquake occurred, man. Magnitude 5, over 100 people died. Yet why is everyone lying in wait for and getting worked up over an otaku freak like me? Shogun. Shogun must have been the one who gathered them. They were all under his mind control. Everyone was looking forward to seeing me jump from here and die. An overwhelming mass of negative emotions pounded at me. Say, is anyone out there my ally? Suddenly, I heard a voice calling my name in the midst of the commotion. A voice I was accustomed to hearing. A voice I knew. The voice of my solitary ally. Oh crap, no, this is a bad one. This is bad. Oh, sorry, this is bad.
Why?
It's bad. I wasn't imagining things, nor was it an oral hallucination. Rimi. Rimi was calling me from somewhere. Where was she? I frenetically sought out her form.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But there were too many people. It was impossible to distinguish a single person out of all of them, and from this height. Struck by despair, I hung my head in chagrin.
What you're saying is the best one for this one would be No Delusion, then.
Red would probably be the best one.
What makes this one worse?
You'll see. Consequently, I ended up looking directly down. I mean, it's not a bad choice, it's just, it gets bad. And there stood the figure of a girl looking up at me, waving her arms wide.
Rimi!
She was there for me. She'd come to save me. Overjoyed, feeling as if I'd been saved, I nodded again and again. My field of sight blurred with tears. Not wanting to lose sight of Rimi for a single second, I scrubbed the tears away. However, when I gazed once more at the place from which Rimi had been waving her hand at me, something seemed strange. For some reason, the horde of people in the area had surrounded Rimi and were pushing closer to her. With her at the center, their black heads surged and fell. Several hoodlums among them stretched their hands toward Rimi and began jostling her. She fought back, trying to shake them off and flee, but she was surrounded by too many people, unable to move so much as a single step, as if she were crammed in a morning train full of commuting workers.
Yose, Rimi ni te wo dasu na yo.
I faintly heard Rimi screaming. The guys gradually escalated their behavior, and their numbers grew greater as well. As they moshed her, they pulled at her clothes, stripping her top off.
Okay, we're not going to be reading out loud right now.
そんなエロゲみたいなことやめて。リミ逃げて。そこから逃げろ。それで早く僕を助けに来て。
My prayer didn't go through. The horde surging toward her kept multiplying, and Rimi's solitary resistance had virtually no effect. Her figure had already disappeared inside the mass of people, and I could no longer see her. Like hyenas swarming at the corpse of an animal, even more thugs squirmed into the place where Rimi had vanished from sight. How could they? How could they? Those thugs who had been gathered by Shogun and placed under his mind control had roughed Rimi up and tainted her with their filthy hands. And surely she would die a hideous death. Tears overflowed. I bit my lip hard. I wasn't simply crying out of sorrow and aggravation over what was happening to Rimi. More so than that, I wept from the terror of being forced to see that all the people there were my enemies. I could no longer flee anywhere from here. Doname! Doname! Terrified, so scared I might piss myself. It was the first time I'd felt death so close at hand. My consciousness went faint, like a child persisting in saying no.
Is it the third or fourth delusion for this chapter?
There's one more.
One more. I know it doesn't exactly tell me how much time there is left to the chapter, but it gives me a general idea, is what I'm looking for. Not that I'm like dying to get over this game, because I hate this game at all, but
I screamed and cried.
I'm very uncomfortable at the current time now.
The expectation that my actions will get Shogun to let up on me. The expectation that my actions will shake people to sympathize with me and come to help me. The expectation that if I did so, maybe the police would realize I wasn't a criminal, but simply an Eski-otaku and come save me. The expectation that if I did so, maybe my parents, sitting at home and watching TV, would come out and offer themselves up in exchange for me.
Give me a bit. I'll be right back. I will ask, why is there a sword in his vision? You see the sword? I'll be right back. How are you playing with stuff?
I was considering setting a save real quick, just because it's possible to screw up here.
This is a one save run. I'm doing multiple saves, I'm not experiencing multiple delusions.
That's not what I mean.
What do you mean?
I mean you can die. You could end your run. That's not. Letting you off that easy?
As ending number 1, death. As the ultimate ending, death. Or the ultimate beginning. Wait for me to pick up my...
I understand. I'm not continuing until the mic gets unmuted and the.
Oh, the mic is unmuted.
I'm not continuing until you're ready and we're all prepared and we're going.
Yeah, I have to have headphones on for that, huh?
Soname. Daruname.
Might be getting some free money here soon. One of my friends at work has a friend that inherited like $30 million. So he might be getting $1 million of it. And I asked him, if you get $1 million, can I get 10,000?
You're right.
He said, sure. So, hey, possible. I'm not relying on that by any means, but if it happens, hey, I'll take it.
Hey, if you get 10,000, can I get 1,000?
No. Because 6,000 of it's going to go straight to your credit card, 5,000 or so. The rest of it I'm going to put in savings for rainy day or bad day fund. So, no. You can get maybe $100 of it.
The expectation that if I did so, maybe my parents sitting at home and watching TV would come out and offer themselves up in
Yeah, I
exchange
read
for me.
this.
The expectation that if I did so, maybe Remy would come, riding in on her white horse to rescue me. The expectation that if I opened my eyes with a gasp, I would discover that in truth, this is all a dream. Brimming with those varied hopes, I shook my head desperately and recited my wish. I don't want to die. But
その場から一歩でも下がれば、ナナミちゃんは死ぬからね。
his voice hadn't changed a bit from
君は
before.
もう舞台に上がってしまったんだ。覚醒するには最高のステージだとは思わないか。そこに集まっている人たちも君に期待しているんだよ。もしそれを裏切れば、ボートと化して君に襲いかかってくるかもしれない。
When he said that, I lost the ability to retreat or turn
気
around.
にすんな。
Hakuna Matata!
ただの脅し
Shut
文句
up.
タッキー、ナナミッチは死んじゃったんだよ。今ここで逃げ出してもタッキーは悪くないってば。
I really do hope that after this he stops delusioning her voice, because
そこ
honestly
から見える
she's so
景色
not
に
helpful.
集中してほしい。
His voice is very cool, and yet it gave off a forcefulness that provided me with no room to back down.
君にここでしてもらうことは一つだけ。
飛び降りるなんてできない。死んじゃう。
誰もそんなことは言っていないよ。
Eh? That's not it? I don't have to die?
君にはそこから一歩も動かずにディソードを見つけてもらう。
Find my D-sword?
It's right
How?
there.
Until now, I'd searched for it everywhere, and there have been practically no signs of me finding it.
Right there.
How ridiculous, asking me to find it out of the blue, in a place like this.
ディソードはいわば妄想の剣。それだけ言えばわかるだろ。
I don't understand.
騙されちゃダメだよタッキー。ディソードなんて実在しないって。
Shut
妄想が実際
up.
にある
You
わ
are
けない
not
でしょ。
helpful.
見つかるわけないよ。
君はこれまでに剣を持った人間と何度か接触した。そうだね。その人物から聞いているはず。ディソードをどうやって手に入れたのかよく思い出して。
この剣は命運を握る。この剣は嘆きを収束させたもの。この剣は超越した場所に干渉するためのもの。異空間のようなもの。同一次元上にあるもう一つの可能性、あるいは妄想。言い方にあまり意味はないが唯一確かな。この剣もその領域に存在。いつの間にかそこにあった。気づかなかったわ。でもちょっとだけ見方を変えたら分かった。もしかしたら匠にももう見えているのかも。見ているだけ。
世界を疑い、仕組みを知れ。
Yeah, I know what that is too. No, it's like that. Not as exaggerated. It's just like that. But it's a lot closer than that, dude. Like that. I kind of get what, but like that's way too over exaggerated.
お前の見ている景色は
Got the world, know how it operates. Is the view you see the real thing?
妄想。
It's possible to turn delusions into reality.
They're talking, we don't read when they talk.
つまり
Stop,
エラー
stop
を現
skipping.
実として
I'm not skipping!
そうだよ。すでに多くのヒントが提示され、君にはもう 君の眼下に広がっているその景色の中に。
In other words, Shogun was hiding my D-sword somewhere in the landscape I could see from here. He wanted me to find it?
You're a fool.
見つけたら許してくれるの？
見つけるだけじゃクエストクリアにはならない。実際に剣を手に入れるんだ。その場から一歩も動いちゃならないっていうルールを破らないようにしてね。
Of course I couldn't do that. If I could move from here, how was I supposed to go get the sword? If I couldn't move from here, how was I supposed to get the sword? What the hell is Shogun trying to make me do?
だからあいつは無理難題を突きつけておいて結局タッキーを殺したいだけなんだって。
それができないならナナミちゃんの命はない。
逃げようタッキー、お家に帰ろう。
But if I take even one step from here, he'll kill Nanami.
だからナナミッチはどうせ助からないってば。
He said I could save her.
I don't like you.
嘘ついてるかもしれないよ。
She doesn't exist.
I know. It's his own self-fear, self-doubt talking back to him.
I strained my eyes. Due to the radiant light from below, it's hard to see what lay far away.
Right there. It's right there. It's so obvious.
I looked around as much as I could. That said, I didn't have a particularly broad view from here. Most of it was hidden by buildings.
How can you not see it?
I had to find it. My sword. I ruminated over Ayase and Senna's words one more time. How was I supposed to pull this off?
でもちょっとだけ見方を変えたら分かった。
本当じゃないものが景色に紛れ込む。
Wait, I missed that statement.
Things that aren't real blend into the scenery around us. Right then, for some reason, I remembered a pattern on the ceiling of my room. Since long ago, I'd had a vague thought as I went to sleep. The wood grain of the ceiling looked kind of like a person's face. Once I started looking at it like that, I stopped being able to see it as anything other than a face.
はいはい、目の錯覚、目の錯覚。そんな木目どこにでもいっぱいあるよ。
That's true. It's hardly the same thing as the pattern in a piece of wood.
切り取るんだ。
Shogun murmured in his usual composed
剣
tone.
が見えたならそこから切り取る。君には。
はーい、意味不明。
Shut up.
人を言ってるだけだよ。
妄想は現実にすることが可能だ。
Like that flower bed? Like the divided Ayases? But the last time I tried to make my fake D-sword materialize as the real thing, nothing had happened. I turned my face from side to side once more. I tried surveying the tableau I could see from here.
It's obvious that they're trying to make it so that the player cannot so obviously see it. I'm fine with that. Thank you. You kept it to one save. So, I saw a sword. I'm going to assume this is yes. Okay, yes. Distinctly saw a sword, yes. If I can move from here, I can go take it. No. You can see that sword from places other than here. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I'm gonna say... I like how the effects that they've given it made it even more prominent where the sword's sitting. Like it's even more so now than when it did a second ago. Okay, you can see that sword from places other than here. No. This is where you're seeing it. I just know it said Heaven's Gate. It's not actually a sword. Yes. Oh, someone tells me that was a bad one.
I saw it.
Now grab it.
In the vague, blurry night scenery in the midst of the landscape whose light was just bent by my welling tears, I found a place that looked just like a sword. Just as I had said. I hadn't noticed it at first, but once I changed my perspective a tiny bit, at some point, it was there. I was fine with anything, even if it had only happened to appear like that by coincidence. The more I thought of it as a sword, the denser it got, at last becoming veiled by a sense of reality and gaining a stronger and stronger presence in the scenery. I could already make out its outlines clearly. Shogun was quick to address me as if he'd noticed me catching my breath.
では手を伸ばしてその剣を切り取ってほしい。深く考えなくていいんだ。君にならできるよ。
できるわけないじゃん。ダメ、タッキー。そんなことしたら下に落ちちゃう。落ちたら死んじゃうよ。
I looked down. Innumerable people. No emergency medical brigade had arrived yet. It was the same as this afternoon. Their response times were too slow, which was only to be expected. That just showed how intense the casualties from the earthquake at noon had been.
切り取るなんてできないよ。
Yes, you can. Just reach out and grab it.
固定観念にとらわれたらダメだ。最初からできるわけがないと思っていたら、常識を捨て去ってあるがままを見ればいいんだ。君には力がある。世界はその力に応
Well
え
done,
て
dude. You answered them correctly.
あの花壇みたいにね。
Well, because the statement,
it's not that hard.
Well, I mean, there's two in there that was kind of tricky. Like,
You
can
can
it
see
be
it.
seen
You can
from
see it in
anywhere
other
else?
places. Well, I mean,
Technically,
he
yes.
just said
That's
he saw
the whole
it.
point.
He just said he saw it in the rooftop, and Fess said she could see it anywhere.
Yeah, that's like the whole point.
The whole
It can be seen anywhere.
So
it's
it is
okay.
a tricky question, but you got it right.
But no, because right now the sword can only be seen from right here, and then the second one, is it a real sword?
Not only that,
well,
not only that,
yes.
yeah, sure, it doesn't. You see it in other places, it doesn't matter because if you leave from the spot, none of me will die. So
Exactly.
the answer is no. You can't. You don't have the option of seeing it in other places. This is now.
Yeah, it's a do or die situation. You do or she dies.
Could I really do it? Would that sword become mine merely by stretching up my hand? If it were true, there'd be nothing wrong with giving it a try. I say it said my D-sword would bring me salvation. Maybe those words had implicitly been referring to this very moment. I would obtain my sword and clear the quest, and none of me could come home unharmed, and Shogun would stop interfering with me. I'd go back to the peaceful lifestyle I'd led up until now.
Bullshit, you know
そんな
that.
に都合よくいくと思う？将軍があっさりタッキーを見逃すって？だって相手は
Well
10人も殺した連続殺人鬼なんだよ。
Yeah, but if you think about it, how many of those people has he likely put through this same test trying to do exactly what you're trying to do right now? Just because that he happened to kill those people in the same process does not mean that if you get your sword that you will also die of the same fates that everybody else did.
Are you arguing with a large-breasted anime character, Chris? Ishbala?
No. I've already told you can say my name. My name's been said on the internet already along with my face. It's as it is.
By the way, hello, random viewer. We see you. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying.
Welcome to this madness. It's two fat guys on the stream.
Even Shogun wouldn't try to make me do the impossible. I could do it. He was telling me to do it because I
あ
could.
いつはタッキーを殺したいだ
He only
け。
wants.
Well, if he wanted to kill you, he'd have done it
忘
already.
れたの？集団ダイブの映像。
Then on top of that, we have no definitive proof that Shogun is not ourselves.
Hello, other random person. We see you. Welcome.
Oh hey, there's another person in here. What the hell?
Too bad for Saratan, but I'd already extended my hand as though seeking deliverance. The herd below began rumbling. Hello, other random person. We see you. Welcome. The thousands of people stuffed into the plaza paid close heed to my every gesture. For that matter, the broadcast meant tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people Throughout all of Japan, they're watching me. Nausea surged within me. My heart seemed about to crumble under the pressure of being watched by such a vast number of people. No, I mustn't be conscious of it. If I became too conscious of it, nervousness would have kept me moving so much as a finger. Now I had to focus on the sword. Being careful of my feet, I stood there and stretched out a hand. Fixing my aim on the sword in my sight, I tried to grasp it by instinct alone. But I felt nothing. The wind mercilessly rushed at me. Moreover, the direction of the wind was indeterminate. As soon as I thought it was coming from in front of me, the next instant it would push me from the side. I was gripping the acrylic plate to hold myself up, but it was slippery, so the only thing that really helped were my nerves. If I became even a little distracted, I'd get thrown off the edge. Even so, I frantically attempted to seize the sword, but no matter how many times I tried, I didn't succeed.
できるわけないよ。だってあれは本当の剣じゃないんだよ。
It is a sword.
Tears poured out of me again. My field of sight went misty, and the sword-like object I had seen only faintly began to disintegrate. I hastily wiped my tears. If I lost sight of it once, I had a feeling I'd never find it again.
それならもっと手を伸ばせばいい。
You have no idea what this is like for me. I bit my lip, holding back my tears, and leaned out further than ever before, my hands swimming through empty air. But I couldn't grab onto that sword, after all.
もっと。
Hello, user in chat. If I fell from here, I looked down again. I was higher up than I'd imagined.
Hello, Greentail Paul. Welcome to the stream.
On the brink of vertigo, I yanked myself back and clung to the wall of acrylic.
どうしたの？剣を早く手に入れて。でないといつまで経ってもナナミちゃんは戻ってこないの。
I shouldn't have looked down. My shaking wouldn't stop. My trembling made my feet seem about to slip. I was completely coward.
できないよ。許して。
君はあまり僕を舐めない方なの。君のわがままに付き合うつもりはないのだ。理想度を手に入れろ。それができないなら君の妹は死ぬ。君も死ねばいい。ただそれだけ。
No, I don't want to die.
死にたくない。
I unwillingly thrust my body through the hole again and reached out my hand. I could still see the sword there. I tried to do it over and over, but it's still no good. It definitely seemed like I could reach it, but no matter what, I never quite got there. I leaned out further still. I stretched my hand toward the sword as if it were reaching with my whole body. I strained the tips of my fingers to their limit, and slowly closed my hand. As before, I felt nothing.
手が届かないよ。
This is impossible. Saratan had been right. There wasn't any way I could grab a half-transparent sword like that in the first place. The law of perspective made it seem like it was an ordinary sized, but thinking about it more calmly, it had to be unbelievably gigantic. It wasn't the size of something a person can hold.
Yeah, it sucks when your computer's down and you get no choice on that. I have very little knowledge of BIOS. He has more knowledge.
Who uses BIOS anymore? You gotta use UEFI. Get into the new era, man.
Don't mock him.
I'm not mocking. BIOS is a dead system. But a fall, can't reach it.
I like how he still has not caught on. Like, you're right. It's a normal sword. Like there's. He's trying to reach it. Instead, have the sword reach you. Like, right?
Is this a confident, normal person who just go, oh yeah, of course, I can create delusions. Let me just go grab the sword. There you go. No, he's a creepy otaku who is afraid of everything.
Like, so my answer is, It's all about perspective.
I heard Saratan's teasing whisper by my ear.
タッキーがここから落ちて、下の地面に激突するまでほんの3秒もないよ。その間に自分の意志でまた花壇を出現させる。タッキーがそんなすごいことできる？今まで一度も自分で意識してその力とかってのを使ったことないっしょ？
Alright, let me think. And I've only ever installed one operating system. I couldn't tell you about anything about whatever he said or BIOS. I had to rebuild my computer last year. Let me think. I'm honestly thinking no delusion. We're gonna go with the positive one. What would have been your choice?
Red. Normal is a good delusion as well, but green is probably the worst option. But they're all around. They're all basically the same.
Why is green the worst?
I have a 5-year-old laptop. Yep, definitely. If you got a laptop, getting a battery situated is definitely important. Getting a battery bank is really useful.
I couldn't even tell you what digitizer is.
Whatever it takes, just make sure that you're not in a situation where if the power gets pulled on your laptop, you immediately it immediately dies. Like if you don't have a battery in at all, that's the worst. You got to make sure that you have at least a decent battery and hopefully a battery backup as well. Laptops are tough.
We used to play solely on our laptops, and that was glass.
Yeah, laptops are definitely tough. Last time I had a laptop, I bought it for $600 brand new, and it was so slow. It was so horrible.
That the next computer he bought, he spent $1,400.
I immediately sold that laptop back to the store I bought it from and got myself a phone instead. Still have it. Well worth it.
No.
Yes. I bought this phone with the laptop that I sold right after buying it. I sold it like within the same 3 or 4 days. And I went and bought this phone from the same store.
First laptop you had.
Not the first one. The last laptop I bought. I only had it for 3 or 4 days. It was like a Chromebook. It sucked.
I think you're remembering.
I think you're forgetting, because I know what I bought with my own money. I had a laptop that I purchased, and I used it once, maybe twice, and it was really slow and really crappy. And so I'm like, you know what? No. I went and sold it and bought this phone instead. I sold it back. I returned it at the store.
Solid state drives are okay, but the use of a solid state drive is mostly good as if you have 2 drives in your computer, because the solid state drive works great for loading an operating system or one game real quick. But the more that you load onto a solid state drive, the slower it'll get. So it'll just be a normal hard drive.
I mean, they're, aside from being smaller and solid state drives, you don't have to worry about artifacts from copy pasting. If you take something off a solid state drive, it's off. Whereas with a hard drive, you're just copying over. You have to defragment it. Solid state drives are better, they're just more expensive. Yeah, hard drives are better than nothing for sure. And Chromebooks, the one that I had was absolute garbage. All I wanted to do on it was browse the internet. I didn't want to do any gaming on it. I didn't want to do anything intensive on it. I just wanted to browse the internet, watch YouTube, and it couldn't even do that. I'm like, if it can't browse the web, it's useless.
I have 3 drives in my computer.
All right. So right, for starters, even if I had been able to use it before, I didn't know how.
逃げよ。タッキーはよくやったよ。でもこれ以上は無理。死にたくないっしょ。
But Nanami.
タッキーはよくやったよ。妹を亡くした悲劇の兄として今後もやっていけるって。
Tragic brother.
PTSD って言えば何もかも許されるっしょ。正々堂々と引きこもれるんだよ。あ、もしかしたらさ、どっかの偽善者が同情してタッキーを養ってくれるかもしんないね。
You know, if I knew she was gonna be tied up with good delusion, I would have definitely chose something else because I have come
She's on all three. It's just what she suggests you do and react to the situation changes. So in the normal delusion, she tells you to just give up on Nanami and let her die and move on with your life. In the red delusion, which I think is the best one, she says, I don't remember what she says.
Yeah.
She says
that's tough.
She says give up on Nanami, you know, let her die. However, what's the difference? Just act as if you go back to your normal life, go seclude into your bedroom, watch your anime, play your video games, don't go to school anymore, just carry on life as you were before, because what's the difference? You didn't talk to your sister anyway.
That's horrible.
It is horrible. Yeah.
And this is saying use it
it to your advantage. You'd become a. It's basically the plot to Scream 4, is what she's telling you. All right, write whatever comes to mind in a blog. Catch a publisher's eye, and you could have a bestseller in your hands.
日本中が泣いたとか白々しいキャッチコピーがつけられて、それに載せられたバカでゆとりな人たちからの感動した共感したっていう絶賛の嵐。それで印税もガッポガッポ。半年後に映画が決定っしょ。すごいよ。ナナミッチをここで見殺しにするだけでタッキーにはバラ色の人生が待ってるんさ。さあ、どっちを選ぶ？タッキーがここで頑張ってでも死んで全てが無になるか、バラ色の人生か。
Keep fighting.
死にたくない。痛いのは嫌だ。死ぬのは嫌だ。消えるのは嫌だ。ナナミがどうなろうと僕は痛くも痒くもない。
I muttered as though to persuade myself. The one on the right wasn't Shogun, it was
あ
Serotan.
の剣は剣に見えるだけで剣じゃない。ただの光の反射とか目の錯覚だ。
そうだよ。さあ帰ろう。帰ったらさ、私のパンツ見ながらいっぱいオナニーしていいから。
僕帰る。帰ってセーラタンでハーハーするよ。
嬉しいな。タッキーのためにエッチなポーズたくさんしてあげるね。
I slowly pulled back my outstretched hand. That alone made me feel very much at peace. I took Serotan out of my breast pocket and contemplated her smile. As long as I had Serotan's forgiveness, I didn't need anything else. I sniffled up the stuff running from my nose. I veered around and walked up to
誰
Shogun.
が動いていいと許可した？クエストはまだクリアしていないぞ。
僕は勇者なんかじゃない。妹一人救えないようなヘタレな妹だよ。僕に期待しないで、僕を見ないで、僕をそっとしておいて。
ではナナミちゃんは殺すことにするよ。
どうせもう死んでる。
She was already dead. Shogun had brutally murdered her. Tomorrow they'd report about it all over the place as a 6th new gen case. It saddened me, but I couldn't do anything about it. The sound of water dripping. It wasn't a rivulet of water. Nanami's blood. Pure red blood trickling from the stump of her wrist.
なんで助けてくれなかったの？鬼って最低。
Headphone warning.
I screamed at the top of my lungs. The world went crimson. Fury and grief and shame ground my thoughts to a pulp. I charged blindly at Shogun. I grabbed at him, sitting still in the shadows. But there was less of a physical response than I'd expected. I fell headlong together with the wheelchair. I must have hit my knee. Pain shot through it. Grimacing, I looked about in confusion for the person who had been sitting in the wheelchair. A head had tumbled down by my feet. I gingerly reached for it. It was very hard. Rather than a once-living head, it was clearly something akin to a helmet. A pitch-black helmet.
Yo.
Our spider. Darth Spider from Spark Wars. Chapter 7, Psychopath, that's it.
That is it. So, for those who are here right now, I play basically one chapter this week because I see him. I like that one the most, I swear. That one looks really cool.
You're gonna see a lot more of it real soon here.
Whose is it?
I can't tell you that.
Anyway, so I finished the chapter for this week, which means he's probably gonna go to bed. I'm gonna switch games to
Mortal Kombat.
Probably not.
Fortnite,
I have no reason to play
then,
Mortal Kombat right now. There's no season going on. I've only been playing the seasons. Probably maybe a little bit of Fortnite than Greedfall, but I only plan playing.
So, was this chapter a little bit more heavy than the previous chapters?
If none of me is hurt, I'm hurting you. Budokai Tenkaichi 3. I have a game called Greedfall that I've been playing through. I could probably play that. The only MMORPG that I can think of that I've been playing through is ESO.
How about you play another psychological horror?
I'm not playing Doki Doki.
Getting Over It.
No.
Oh, come on, man. Get the people what they love.
They don't want to see me rage for 3 hours.
No, they don't.
I know they don't.
Getting Over It's the best game.
No, it's not.
I love that game.
You're going to get a black screen here for a little bit. Unplug my headphones. There we go. Let's see. I mean, the thing is, and this is kind of the part I run into. Like, I have a lot of games I could play. I could always play Tekken. Tekken was it 7. I could never beat the first person. I tried like 5 times in a row. They just kicked my butt. A lot of games, dude. So I said I could do.
I have to like scroll through here. I have to like scroll through here to find out what the hell we're looking at here. You got Wolfenstein on there like 4 times.
I mean, honestly, if I'm gonna do a visual novel, I have Data Live Rio Reincarnation that I haven't played.
Oh yes,
yet.
oh yeah, that'd be great.
Of
course, if you
I
play that,
also have Genshin Impact. That's a good.
Of course, if you play Data Live, I'm gonna want to sit here and watch that too.
Yeah, but you need to go to sleep.
I really don't.
Really do. Made my leg go to sleep already.
Destroy All Humans. You've already played through that though.
Wait, what's nice?
Data Live. I think Data Live would be good.
I have a lot of games. That's just the ones on the desktop. I have a lot. Good Vein, Lego, bunch of games.
Let's get some Data Live in.
At least Data Live is a dating simulator also, so it's not.
You don't have to
just a
worry
visual
about,
novel.
you don't have to worry about, like psychological horror happening while you're playing it,
Of course, another MMORPG type game that I have on my computer is Toontown. But I'm not playing. I have that because I have one friend that likes that game. It's like, I'm probably not going to play it. I wonder when she tried to take me on that game, like, realized the odds of me playing this game. In case you're curious what time, it's like, what's it, 11 o'clock? Yeah, it's only 11:40. Okay. Next down. Okay, good. I was about to say, you are going to take the chair, right? Thank you. Alright.
Thank you.
Yup, I promised you at least one chapter a week, and so far I'm keeping to that. What is War Thunder classified as? I'm curious. I don't think that's an MMO. It's a game I like playing, but I don't think it's an MMORPG. Let's see. I think I will go for a little bit of War Thunder. Give a little bit of a break, and then, like I said, I'm probably going to either play Greedfall, Torum Online, Twin Saga, and Aura Kingdom. I I think I played Blade and Soul once. I played Terra for a short time, but I think I honestly played Terra long enough to make one of my friends at the time really mad at me. Because he was like, oh yeah, well I'm a healer and you can't kill me, so he ended up challenging me PvP. I was playing a gunner class and ended up wrecking him. And he got really mad at me because the gunner class is just... Oh, shush. In case you're curious, that was the other guy who was just on stream. Alright. I'm going to go with some War Thunder. Hopefully that's enjoyable to watch. Which means that my responses will get a little bit slower, only because I like to play War Thunder with VR headset, which means I can't respond to everything right away. But I do check after every match. So, and let me see if I can get... Let's see, 1 second. Genshin Impact, I've liked it thus far. I have died out a little bit on playing it just because I have so many games. Like, turn that off because I actually don't mind if I hear the noises. Like, if I turn this on. Hi, who asked? You know, you can see I have just a ton, and then I have folders with more games in them, and some more folders with more games in them. I have way too many games. I should play this again some more. One Step from Eden. It's actually kind of fun. You know, and this is just the ones that are installed. If I brought up like non-installed games, like I got a bunch of them. So I'm kind of slowly trying to make my way through my catalog my backlog of games that I have, and it's been unfortunately kind of slow. I have an Oculus Quest 2. Oh, hello. Neo Tokyo. Yeah, Minecraft though is a good one to have for like when you need to, you know, you only have a little bit of time. You want to get some smaller stuff done. But even then, like I have, what is it? I have Space Engineers as well. So it's like honestly, in terms of sandbox games, that's not even the best one I have. It's just a default. And even then, the Minecraft is an odd outlier as well because I also play the modded Minecraft as well. So even though Minecraft is there, it's still half the time it's modded. That's what I said. Like I have a huge backlog of games that I'm trying to work through just because it's been piling up. I have so many games. And on top of that, like what I showed you is just my Steam. I also have an Epic Games library that I have a backlog on. You know, I think that's actually about it. Just Epic Games and that. I have played a bit of RLCraft. I have a hard time with not Pokemon, I almost said Pokemon. A hard time with Minecraft because I like you know, I'm starting to think I might not do War Thunder because I actually have a good conversation right now, and if I put on my headset, I will not be able to keep that going. So maybe not War Thunder. What to play though? Play ESO. But yeah, I've played quite a few different mod packs. I like playing with friends. Oh shush. And I actually have a Bill Slide. No. Elder Scrolls Online. ESO. There you go. Oh, well, I guess I did show it. I do have a mod pack that I actually own that I'm trying to get all good and going. It's a Pixelmon based mod pack. I can start this game over again. No, let's do this one. So we'll play at least this one for a little bit. Let's see that there's some. What's your favorite game of all time, Gunt and Green? Play this one for a bit. This one's RPG. It's not an MMO, but it is an RPG. I don't even know what ever got me on this game. Why I ever bought it and downloaded it. Game by spiders. I think that would deter me from playing a game. Armin's Prophecy? Dang. I will admit, I can't say I've ever heard of that. Which is probably about what you were expecting for a response on that. I like to think I'm well knowledged in video games, but I am only 27 and have not been engrossed in a whole ton of games, so. What was I in the middle of doing on here? Let's see. Okay, I had to fix something. So follow. Oh. Oh, I have attribute points. That was good. Oh, did I not use it? Oh, it didn't get saved. Oh, that's weird. Mordecai, then Tenkaichi 3, or Green Hill Paradise Act 2 with the rest of the bumper engine levels like it. File from the previous hard drive before it died. Apparently I lost several PDF files. Oops. One of my friends is trying to get me into Valheim, and I'm just yeah, I made the decision because, like, it drives me crazy because... Oh, wait, what? Okay, so it says I have the metal dowels. How do I... And I have 8. What was the point of that? Go back in here then.
This furniture is in terrible condition. The fight must have been extremely violent.
It looks as if it's fixable. I've seen worse. We'll need to build some metal dowels, but once done, we can make them like new.
There we go.
And there you have it. You'd never guess they were once broken.
Let's see. Green Hill Paradise Act 2 is a Sonic fan game and beat Budokai Tenkaichi. I had a feeling that Budokai Tenkaichi 3 was a Dragon Ball Z game because me and my younger brother used to have a Dragon Ball Z game, I can't remember which I liked playing, you know, but some mentions are Devil May Cry 3 with Style Switcher mod and Persona 4. I've never played a Persona game. We have Discord, but you still know the battle system. Yeah, I was playing the first Devil May Cry, but I had a problem of the...
Were you able to repair it all?
Yes, just like new.
Why is it loud?
Nearly.
That does indeed look like fine work. You know what you're doing.
I would hope. Can you tell me where I can find my cousin now?
Your cousin is either a very bad joker or a right good fool. He went and insulted a band of ruffians from the lower boroughs. Dangerous fellows. They've a storehouse they operate out of a few streets from here.
What kind of business do they run?
Several, actually, and they're all illegal and profitable. But you didn't hear that from me. In any case, if you were set on recovering your cousin, I would hurry if I were you. They're not the tender sorts.
Thank you for the information.
Off with ya. Get him out of whatever mess he's got himself into. Seemed like a courageous fellow. Who could down his pint. Anything else?
I need to be off. Farewell.
Goodbye.
I think I have a way, at least for the time being, to make it go mute. That way I can still hear it. Alright. Done. Yeah, I've played a wide variety of games at this point in my life. Find and confront kidnappers. Wait, which kid? Really? Did you really just message me to see if it did? Alright, night, man. Alright, so that's the main one, and I actually want to go in the side quests. So, Harbor Master's office.
Captain, milady, we were given orders to wait here with the merchandise.
You're going to have to wait. We need to find a way to clear the access to the warehouse.
Where am I? What am I doing? Okay, so I'm... Let me go that direction. Okay. stuff to steal. What's that? Oh, what? Yeah, I'm currently trying to play through a couple games. I'm working through Chaos Head. Ooh. Certain players are forbidden a costume torso of the faction. While you trick the guards, you can also stealth approach, but if the guards spot you, you'll... Okay.
If you wore a Nort uniform and you were able to keep your mark hidden from them, they might let us in, unless we just offered them a drink. These sailors rarely refuse one.
I see where this is headed. If we drop a little soporific in their glasses, the way will be clear. I'll just need to find the proper ingredients. But it's doable.
That's weird, it's like glitching. Ooh. Well, I didn't mean to drop. So have any of you played Greedfall before? Ooh. Hi, person.
Damnation! We've been found. I told you that the smuggler was not worthy of our trust.
The man to which you are referring was arrested and thrown into prison. But reveal to me your hiding place.
Oh, the traitor! Have you come to deliver us to the Inquisition, then? Please, please, have pity on our souls. We have committed no crime. We are not heretics. We are nothing more than historians.
In that case, why is the ambassador of Thélème so concerned about your teachings? Why is the Inquisition looking for you, and why are you hiding?
Our only error was wanting to publish our work.
It's true. We presented our research, but it didn't please the censor. And here you have the result.
We fled all the way to Serene, thinking we would be safe. But the Inquisition wants to silence us so badly that they followed us here.
Tell me more about your research. What about it is so horrifying that it will provoke such a fuss?
Our work concerned the teachings of St. Lucius.
The disciple of Saint Matthias? The one who returned to Thélème after traveling with his master?
The very same. His writing was carefully preserved, but never seriously studied.
With the discovery of Teofredi, we thought it crucial to take a look at the original text. We wanted to verify if this island could have been the faraway place that he spoke of. The Eden of St. Matthias.
And? What did you find?
Teofredi is without any doubt the land that our Saint Matthias and his disciples went to. But the text that we discovered was radically different from what we expected to find.
In the original text, St. Lucius doesn't speak of an Eden, of the paradise of the illuminated. He speaks of a voice that came from the depths of the earth, which convinced St. Matthias to stay there.
It was written in black and white, and there is no doubt about it. The original was written in Lucius's own hand.
I understand now what that text has cost you. This voice from the depths sounds more the power of a demon than a saint.
The sacred texts are always difficult to interpret, but what is written is written.
Who were you hoping would give you asylum?
We were hoping to reach Al-Sad. The Inquisition won't chase us into the den of their enemies.
Our research won't interest the Bridge Alliance, or at least I doubt it. But at least we'll be safe.
By entering Al-Sad as clandestines, you risk being taken for spies.
That would be better than being burned at the stake.
Did you try speaking with the censors? You could. Forget what you have discovered, perhaps?
Oh, we have signed already an abjugation stating that we misunderstood the sacred texts of St. Lucius. We were even ready to say that we had never seen the true text, or anything else that would have pleased them.
It served no purpose. It's our lives they are after.
I see. Well, you have no other choice but to run and seek refuge in enemy territories.
I beg of you, please do not deliver us to them. Let us continue on this path.
I don't have the heart to deliver you to the Inquisition, but I cannot do much else to help you. Your smuggler is locked up. Maybe there are others in his band that can help you. Be careful and discreet, and you will survive.
Oh, thank you, my lady. You are a just woman. May the Illuminated protect you.
Thank you for having heard us and helped. You are truly full of kindness.
My lockpicking skill isn't high enough, are you? Kurt. So far, this game makes me think of Dishonored. Oh, those two people disappeared.
You have a kind heart, Greenblood. It'll be the end of you, but that doesn't bother me. I wouldn't have wanted those poor buggers to end up on a burning pyre.
It would seem that I'm not the only one with a tender heart. Good day, Excellency.
Lady de Sardet, to what do I owe the pleasure?
It pains me to inform you that the heretics you seek have fled.
Curse them! How could that possibly have happened?
Alas, these renegades have found protection with the ambassador of the Bridge Alliance. I would not have been able to capture them without risking a diplomatic incident that my uncle would have condemned.
The bridge. I thought as much. Those heretics have turned to them. But I had hoped that you might intervene quickly enough to stop them. It is truly regrettable. We have nothing else to do but pray that the Luminous might shield us from their lies.
I must be going. Farewell, Excellency.
May the light guide you, de Sardet.
Alright. I'll be right back. Let me go grab something real quick. Alright, I'm back.
Madam, I'm sorry. I'm afraid that I won't make for good company.
Why not?
Might I help you, my lady?
I would like to have a word with Sir Fontaine.
He is absent, but the lady of the house could certainly receive you. Enter, please.
Have somebody randomly standing. Okay.
Oh, I know you. I've seen you at court. You are Lady de Sade. And to what do I owe the honor of your visit, Excellency?
You look unpleased.
He is not here, but perhaps I could be of help.
It concerns a delicate matter. We are looking for a missing cabin boy. According to witnesses, he had an argument with your husband before being taken.
I see. I am afraid that you have been misled. You seem to have come to the wrong conclusion. The cabin boy you speak of was not taken. He has simply returned home.
Excuse me, but I'm not sure I understand.
Don't you see, Your Excellency? We got our son back.
I am very surprised. Several witnesses confirm that your son had a fight with your husband, and that his men escorted him from the tavern using force. If he had joined your husband willingly...
Witnesses? In a tavern? And you choose to believe these drunkards over a respectable family?
These witnesses are all in agreement, and it is their testimonies that have led me to your doorstep.
My son was probably shocked to have found us. My husband and the other men might have simply had to carry him. A gesture that your drunkards must have misunderstood.
How did you find your son's trail?
We have never stopped looking for him. We learned the new name they gave him, Jonas. My poor little Celestine. Then we learned the name of the ship he sailed on. No sooner had it docked in Serene than my husband had the crew watched closely, and we found him.
Where might I find your son now?
I cannot say, Excellency. You must understand why. Until the Nauts have set sail, we live in fear they will take him back from us.
This pact... It sounds like some fear-inducing story.
The Nauts wouldn't be the first to recruit through dubious means.
Madam, you still haven't found your cousin. As you well know, we cannot leave without him.
Have no fear. I will bring him back in time to make our scheduled departure. Is everything ready?
I'm still without news of my cabin boy, but we will have to do without.
I spoke with a woman who told me she was the mother of the cabin boy. She claims that her son was taken from her.
Taken? Her son is sea-gifted. His parents were required to give him up to honor the terms of a contract.
A contract? But what kind of contract are we speaking of?
A commercial contract. In exchange for services rendered by the Nauts, some families cede more than gold. In some cases, nations even trade some of their subjects before they're born. I wouldn't be able to tell you the condition of Jonas's contract. I didn't even know he was originally from Serene. But what I can tell you is the young man hasn't seen his parents since he was a small child. And ever since, he's been a Naut. Our ships are his home. And we are his only family.
Be back soon, Captain.
You see anyone else who might be able to help us? Anyone who's not a Naut?
Sir de Corsillon is a veritable well of scientific knowledge. He could tell us a little more.
But I still don't see Constantine at your side. I hope he hasn't been the victim of any foul play.
Don't worry. We'll find him in time for departure.
I certainly hope so. Would you be in need of my help in any way?
I've had a word with Lady Fontaine. You must know her. That rich family that lives near the docks. She told me a strange story about her son who was a cabin boy on our ship. She said that he was taken when he was a child, due to some contract with the Nords.
Who was a cabin boy? Do you mean he's no longer one?
They took him back to bring him home.
Well, that is very unpleasant news, de Sade. We need to do all we can to bring the boy back to his ship. Since time immemorial, there's always been a certain price to pay for the services of the Nords. Children born on their ships belong to them. It's the rule of the sea. But certain contracts are so important that they also require children to be offered in exchange. From time to time, the congregation has passed such accord, and certain noble families had to give their children up.
Are you telling me that the Fontaines lost their son in an agreement signed between my uncle and the Nords?
No. That pact ended a long time ago. This cabin boy couldn't have been a part of that contract. But Sir Fontaine has made a fortune trading with the Alliance, via ships.
Do you mean he would have offered up his own son in exchange for wealth?
Well, he probably did it before the birth of the child, and regretted it afterwards. But that is of little importance. What counts most is that you bring the boy back to the Nords as quickly as possible. Breaking a contract with the seafarers has always cost us dearly. Our nation could feel it in its coffers.
I will do my best.
A father selling his own son for a few boat rides. For ugly, that is ugly.
Lady Fontaine didn't seem to have any knowledge of that detail. That could be of use to us.
This is dead end. Have to go this way.
This document mentions another property. A warehouse.
That would be a great place to hide. Shall we take a peek?
Excuse me, madam, but I haven't quite finished my inquiries yet.
If you would be so courteous, I would like you to leave. I have told you all that I have to say.
Okay.
With respect, my lady.
Here we are. Be careful. Fontaine won't be alone. He'll have his henchmen with him.
Let's just try to remain discreet.
Lady de Sade, what are you doing here?
I have come looking for your son. The Nords are worried about his disappearance.
Those Nords took him from us, but now we've got him back, and he'll be staying with us.
Would you be so kind as to hear what I have to say, Sir Fontaine? You've taken your son against his will and have locked him up like merchandise in a warehouse. Is that what you call being a good father?
As if you would know what it is like to be a parent. You are far too young to understand the way we feel.
I looked into the contract that binds you to the Nords. It was indeed you who ceded your son to them in exchange for help with your business with the bridge.
It is so. But that sort of contract is ignoble. I never would have signed it if I had known.
You should have thought of that before. Breaking the contract could have regrettable consequences for the congregation.
The prince will know how to negotiate with the Nords. If they take my son back, my wife will die of sadness.
Her sadness would be all the more terrible if she learned of your role in this story. Don't you think?
You wouldn't dare tell her. I beg you.
You are not leaving me with a choice.
Very well. Take the key and take him away. Cursed be the day I delivered my son unto the Nords.
All children leave the nest one day or another, sir. Farewell. Locked.
Who are you?
My name is Desade. I'm legate of the congregation. Your captain has sent me to find you.
And were you able to convince my father to allow me to go free?
Yes. Even if I had to bend his arm a little.
That doesn't surprise me. He seemed to have no intention of changing his mind. I feel more sorry for my mother. She seems so sweet and happy to see me.
You don't seem to be all that close to your parents.
I hadn't seen them since I was 5 years old. I barely remember them. They find me, capture me, and lock me up in this warehouse. Hard to grow close after all that. My family is the Nords. I am sorry for my parents, but that is the way of it now. Can I go home?
Yes. You should still go and say farewell to your mother. Then find your way to your ship. I will see you there.
Right. I think not.
Madam, you still haven't found your cousin. As you well know, we cannot leave without him.
Have no fear. I will bring him back in time to make our scheduled departure. Is everything ready?
My cabin boy, Jonas, is back on ship. I have you to thank, I imagine.
You do. It's a rather sad affair, and though solved, leaves a broken family behind.
All we can do is plot a course. No one tells the wind what to do. I do thank you. I didn't think you'd go to so much trouble for a cabin boy. Your actions bring you honor.
Be back soon, Captain.
Any idea how to get in there without being noticed?
Let's take a look around the building. We might find a less conspicuous entrance.
Where is the manifest to be found?
I've already been to the port authorities. They keep the official documents upstairs.
To my health! And death to the others!
Let's see if you know how to use your weapon.
Let's try that again. Yep.
Where is the manifest to be found?
I've already been to the port authorities. They keep the official documents upstairs. Here is the ship's manifest. We only need to add our merchandise to the list.
And I'll tell you what, if I had level 1 lockpicking.
Hello? What can I do for you?
We're your replacements. You're dismissed.
Finally! We were starting to grow moss. Courage, me hearties. The path is clear. We should notify the men. They need all the time they can get.
Well now, can we get going?
The way is clear. It's time to get going.
Do your best to be quick and quiet about it. You won't have much time to move at all.
Don't you be worrying now. We're off.
The warehouse is at the end to the right there. You can't miss it.
Move out. Quick steps.
Yeah, I do have to say, I do quite enjoy that, you know, you can, oh yeah, let's just put on something different for the time being, and, oh yeah, magically different. I mean, that's actually kind of cool. Excuse me. Wait, what? Newsroom. What's Newsroom? I guess that means this is the only place left.
idea who I am? Open up, imbeciles! I have a ship to catch!
That vulture of a tavern master was right. It is Constantine's voice. It's coming from the floor above.
Sounds as if he's locked up.
And I have a feeling they're expecting company. Be careful. The slightest itchy word to these brutes will have them drawing blades to scratch it.
Negotiation may be the solution. As you say, this breed of brutes won't spit on ransom money.
What a waste. I'd rather sneak around them than give half a coin to these seedy fellows.
It's blocked. It's not possible just now.
It's obvious that he's a noble, a rich man. He needed to be taught a lesson, but it's better we grab some coin. With all those posters we posted, someone with deep pockets will show up sooner or later to liberate stuff. Oh, he's making a great deal of noise. We could knock him out, or gag him.
And I'm all alone. Cause I'm all alone. There's nobody here beside me. My problems have all gone. There's nobody to derive me. But you gotta have friends. Stop singing. Oh no, you don't have any friends.
locked.
Well, this has been monumentous, gentlemen, but I have more important things to attend to. An island to govern, treaties to sign, riches to expedite, and a demanding father to impress.
Constantine, it's me!
My fair cousin! Oh, my lucky star, always there to pull me out of my fight.
I do what I can. We are departing soon. Your father wasn't pleased by your absence this morning.
Have you ever seen him happy about anything when it comes to me? You know what he thinks of me.
He cares about you. I know that. He appointed you governor, didn't he?
He is ridding himself of a source of constant disappointment. Enough said. Today we set sail for adventure. If you only knew how these river scum treated me. Do me a courtesy, fair cousin. Now that we stand boldly alongside the brave Kurt, let's give them their money's worth.
They haven't spotted us. We could sneak out of here silently. We have a ship to board.
You've always been the reasonable soul. Don't you think these brutes deserve a punishment?
Yes, without a doubt. But don't you think there are more pressing matters? Kurt!
It is your highness's decision to make. Whatever it is, I shall follow.
Madam? Constantine d'Orsay, future governor of Tir Fredi. I'm enchanted, Captain. I am eager to board your ship.
Enchanted as well, Your Highness. I hope you enjoy your voyage.
Are you ready? Can we weigh anchor?
We should be able to set sail with the tide, as agreed upon.
Permission to board the ship. We are ready.
Certainly. But keep in mind that we'll be at sea for several months. If you have any farewells to make or any final business to put into order, now is the time.
No, my house is in order. We are ready to embark.
Perfect. Follow me.
I am so eager to discover Tir Fredi. My isle. My new city.
You'll need to arm yourself with patience. The voyage will be long. I've been told the trip lasts months.
And they say the place is full of gigantic creatures. As big as buildings.
That's right. I heard a rumor the Nords even brought them back in one of their ships.
I doubt that. The Nords are strange, but they're not idiots.
Big ship.
The beast is awoken!
Those conniving, piss-distilling, bridge-building liars. The creature was supposed to be out for days. They'll pay for this.
What the hell manner of cargo are you transporting?
Help! We need ropes! We must contain it! Help!
Come now. Let's lend them a hand.
Well.
Watch out! Take a step back, sir! Greenblood, how do you fare?
Fine, fine. It is dead.
Are you wounded?
I'm well. Your lessons have proven effective.
I've never seen a beast this size. It's quite extraordinary.
Cousin, what a fight. You were illustrious.
I'm not of the same mind. I have the feeling it was already weakened. I did nothing more than finish it off.
Your humility remains a constant. But believe me, that battle was absolutely epic.
Madam, gentlemen. Your cousin's enthusiasm is most impressive.
This journey is his long-awaited chance to prove his worth. He has a demanding father.
More likely he's just happy to be free of this hornet's nest.
I definitely know I am. That's certain.
Stations, lads! Weigh anchor and ready hot to wear. Lively now, lively! Catch me a wind!
Ship. Big rock. Volcano. Hey, got the credit screen.
What a charming welcoming committee. Gentlemen, I am Constantine of House Orsay, your new governor. I have no idea what sort of ceremony you've prepared for my arrival, but I would gladly skip it, so... Indeed, these are rather peculiar customs. I see, it seems you were quite intent on serving me a drink. Hello? Cat got your tongue, gentlemen? Would it be those annoying beaks?
I am truly sorry these doctors should have shown a greater measure of courtesy. Thank you, dear doctors. Move along, don't trouble the Nauts. Pay no attention to them. Instead, just drink. The long voyages at sea require the appropriate treatment as soon as we land. According to our scientists, without fortifiers, you might catch your death, and that would be quite regrettable.
I should have chosen death. This concoction is liquid torture.
I would think that they would have warned you on the ship.
Not in the slightest. And you must be Lady Morange, my predecessor.
You are correct.
There you are!
To your health!
Aha! You got your dose of bile too. Allow me to present to you Lady Morange, and to you, my dear lady, my most trusted cousin. Where is the captain?
He seems to be preoccupied with some sort of admiral.
Indeed. Then I will have to thank him later for this most marvelous voyage. Excellency, lead me to the palace, I beg you. And, whenever possible, go by way of all the intriguing alleyways. I am dying with impatience to discover this new city. My city!
Your Excellence! We must wait for our escort!
No need. Have no fear, for I am here to defend you, my lady.
I've been scullied.
How so?
My admiral laid me off.
My cousin was nonetheless delighted with your services. I hope that there was no misunderstanding.
None, I'm sure of it. She just ordered me to give you any assistance you might need.
This request doesn't seem to please you.
Don't take offense, but it's not pleasant for a captain to abandon his ship. In any case, here I am at your service, for a while.
Did I just say hoof fungus?
Come closer, good people. Liqueur and wine. Cheer for the alcohol. One arm of the fist like for you.
Well, I'll be damned, it's Captain Kurt.
Manfred! Still a quartermaster?
Always, as you can see. What can I do for you?
We've come to find you regarding the merchandise that Kurt was taking care of.
Ah, the commander's cargo, yes. I was told that had come in. And so he's got you working on this. Lucky Kurt. It helps to have friends in high places.
Is everything in order?
Alas, no. Our merchandise has been unloaded into one of those dock storehouses. They're well guarded, A little less at night, but in spite of that, we weren't able to get them back.
Since these crates are registered in the ship's manifest, make an official request.
The modification of the manifest might have fooled a quartermaster, but it won't fool the Port Authority. We'd have too many details to explain to them, and our commander would not like that.
What? Is he waiting for us to bring them to him then?
No, of course not. But Kurt needs to find the right storehouse, as well as a discreet way to get in. And he must also mark the crates that belong to us.
Why is that? They are already marked with an inscription.
Most of the men are illiterate. A colored mark will stick out for them to find, but they need to be quick about it. They won't have the time to decipher a name.
I see. Well, let's see what we're able to do.
Is there anything else?
I don't like this mission much.
No, thank you.
My ship's being used to move your contraband, and now you want to sneak into one of our warehouses.
Kurt was given the order. If we want to help him, we don't have a choice.
I don't like this. But since I've been sacked, let's just say that this will be a little bit of revenge.
How are we to know in which warehouse we'll find this damned cargo?
I'm afraid we're going to have to take a look at all of them.
That won't be necessary. My entire cargo has been placed in the warehouse closest to my ship. And if you wouldn't mind wearing some Nord clothing, we'll be less suspicious. The Nords are my family.
Here are the crates we've been looking for. It appears that one of them has been broken. It's full of weapons.
That doesn't seem right. It is our clients that supply us weapons on Tirfredi.
You didn't know what was in the crates?
No. I don't concern myself with the commander's business. I should take a look into this. I have some friends here that must know what this is all about.
Let me know what you discover. Now, let's mark these crates and get going.
Closer, good people. Liqueur and wine for the continent. Want armor that fits you like a glove? We'll make it for you.
Hello, Your Excellency.
We found a way into the storehouse, and we marked all of the crates.
Perfect. I shall ask my men to follow the same path.
One of the crates was damaged. I was quite surprised by what I found in it.
Really? To be honest with you, the commander never told me what was in them. I received the order to deliver them as soon as Kurt accomplished his mission without any further instructions. For what it's worth, I thank you for your help, and I hope you can accept this modest token for everything you've done.
If you have another moment, Your Excellency, I would like to ask you for your help. We have a serious problem that I did not hear of until recently. A problem that concerns you closely.
I'm listening.
I was told that some of our soldiers have been extorting large sums of money from the town merchants, under the pretext of financing their protection.
Are you telling me that the Guard is extorting merchants in our city?
Indeed. Some merchants have been assaulted, and one of them has even been found dead.
I hope you don't intend to conceal this information. If my cousin learns of this...
Oh no, certainly not, Your Excellency. We intend to punish the guilty party with the greatest severity. But the merchants refuse to give us the slightest testimony. The Guard frightens them, and rightly so. We won't be able to put a stop to these crimes without outside help.
Count on me. I'll take care of it. No, thank you.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and switch games again. Looks like I might end up playing a game called Valheim. Maybe. But I need to take a short break. Been going on 5 hours now. About the midpoint of my stream. I'm gonna take a long break. And I'll be getting back as soon as I can. So give me a little bit of time. I will be back, and we can see about what we can play then. Thanks, guys. I never unmuted myself. Well, I'm glad I realized that at an early point. This is ridiculously loud. Audio. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at anyway. Need this. All Father Odin made the worlds, threw down his foes and cast them into the 10th world, then split the boughs that held prison to the world tree and left it. And trees the world someone but did not die. And Odin heard those enemies and strength. Make Midgard since Valkyrie's character. Okay. Hi. Not much. Streaming. No, nobody did. I'm not. Yes. Adis. Adis. Idis. Just so you know, I'm gonna make you guys so you can be heard on stream. So,
What platform are you streaming on?
Twitch.
Twitch.
Cool.
But I am
Hi, Twitch.
I am a 18 plus stream, so. Oh, I'm drowning. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. No, please. No, no, no! Damn it!
Don't head towards us. Head north, and you'll find a little encampment there.
Yeah, I'll ping where you should go occasionally, like there.
And we'll come pick you up.
So we're coming up on the river crossing here.
Ow! Something just bit my ass. No. No. No.
Oh yeah, I just realized he's joining in. We've got like the Grey Dwarves and stuff going around.
No, it's a thing called a neck. The neck is biting my ass.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Only one person's butt who should be being bit around here. It's not mine. Alright. I do not have sexy butt.
Alright, helmsman, we're coming up on the river crossing. I'll be needing your eyes to not hit rocks and such.
I'll try my best.
Are you guys in a boat?
We are.
Oh yeah. We are on the boat, baby.
Got any good shanties?
Well, I only know of one Viking one in particular, so I'm definitely lacking in that department for fitting ones.
What?
I know a couple British sailor songs and a couple pirate ones, but...
Oh my god, you guys have moved so much since I started moving.
Well, yeah, it's because we're on a long ship. And originally we had the wind at our backs and we had nothing ahead of us, but at this point we're in a river, so we're kind of having to...
I'm following a river at the moment.
Different river.
Oh, well, I'm following a river.
He's actually off the map that I know right now.
Yeah, same here, actually. You're in uncharted territory, lad.
I see.
Here there be monsters.
It's not one of ours.
Is that a good or a bad statement?
Depends on whose house it is. If there's anything that claims to be the owner, it's bad. If the owners are all dead, then the worst that can happen is you find a couple treasure chests inside with a little bit of loot.
There's like 4 necks around here.
Well, luckily necks aren't going to be anything you have to worry about when it comes to a house. Necks are just pretty much anywhere where there's water.
There is nothing in it. Looks more like a mausoleum.
Bit of Sorlock then.
What's with the, is that a tree in the background I see?
Like in the sky?
I mean, there's...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in the Black Forest, apparently.
That's a very dangerous place.
Especially for you, I would highly advise sticking to the meadows.
I'm following.
Isn't there a like tutorial bird telling you what to do?
I kind of touched the tutorial bird. Oh, you're a big thing. I'm gonna give you a wide ass berth. You're a troll.
I feel like we're listening to the last moments of a phone call from someone that you know is going to die in the very near future.
No,
oh dear.
No, shit, it spotted me. No, get away.
Just punch it.
Nice.
They're weak to punching
oh,
damage.
Fuck.
Just go tickle its booty.
Shit, it
Promise.
is gaining on me, man. Yeah, fuck, you are ugly as shit and scary as fuck. Get away from my ass. Okay. The good news, I have ditched the troll. Bad news, I still have no idea where I am. I am somewhat heading north because the water is forcing me to. I'm
Go this way.
I am... No, that's back towards the troll!
I'll give it a wide
You look like you're in Black Forest, which is
I am in
dangerous.
Black Forest. What was that noise?
I think we made it through that entire river without hitting a single rock.
Well done, helmsman.
What the fuck are you? You are throwing a rock at me.
That's a great dwarf.
It is a great dwarf. How'd you know?
Because it was throwing a rock.
Shit, you're fucking strong.
Yeah.
I don't know how to dodge.
I'm eating my last
that
fish.
One's dead, but the problem is there's two more. I am doomed. I have 4 health. No, you're red in coloration. I don't like you. No.
Can you hear?
Oh,
'Cause if
God.
we can pick you up.
Dude, I have no idea where I am, but I'm being chased and I got 4 health.
That's
You're
Black
being
Forest.
chased and you have 4 health, then you're probably not lasting very long.
Hey, you're gonna agree
Right,
with that.
frankly, I'm surprised you've lasted as long as you have.
I'm being chased by 2 of those little fuckers.
They're persistent, but
Only 2?
bastards.
I killed the 3rd one.
Here, we'll wait for a second up at this point here. If you can make it to us, we've got a long ship that will allow
That one has glowing eyes and is faster.
You know what? Just drop me off at the shore. I'll go to him.
Right, Teal?
Hi, this is a big stone thing. Wait. It disappeared.
If you can help him make it to Litinoy, I've got a couple sets of spare armor that are basic things in the...
Oh, no, it's back. Shit.
He'll probably want to enjoy the start of the game on his own anyways. I'm just going to try to point him in the direction of
Ping
where
me
our
again,
good stuff
please.
is.
Alright.
Where's the shit I need to find? I'm by water.
Assuming you can survive, you have help on the way.
Send a ping. I'm lost. I went through the forest.
I'm right in front of you.
Hi. He's behind me.
Are you able to make it to the longship, or do you want me to keep going?
Oh, hello. I see you.
Come here, you. Taste mace. As soon as I have stamina. There we go.
I can back the ship up right now if you guys want to lift.
Do you want one?
It'd be much appreciated.
Alright.
I need to find out how to heal before I can
Here.
die.
Here. Mushrooms.
No, they're your shrooms.
That's strange.
It's just saying E, pick up.
Darn. I'm having that glitch you were having earlier, Red.
Yep.
Let me look for... Come over here.
Oh, hey, it's just lag. It's called lag.
Okay, you got him?
Ooh. You can't eat more raspberries. Really? What?
You have raspberries?
Hey, there's a goblin thingy.
Hop on this ship here.
Oh, hello.
Why can't I
If you
jump?
can jump on the side
There we
here, then there you go.
Hello. There you go.
And then wait for the wind to turn back.
How do you pronounce your name?
Diarig.
Yeah.
It's Gaelic for red.
Dread Noodle and Silver.
I'm the Dread Pirate Noodle.
Mine means something akin to happiness.
Nice.
What a right fucked up crew, ain't we?
Beautiful but prickly. Why does it not look like it's doing anything about the fact that I ate some stuff?
Aren't you healing slowly over time?
Is that what's going on? Alright.
Yeah, you heal... So basically your stomach has 3 slots for food. And they have to be different kinds of food. And different foods will give you more maximum health or more maximum stamina. Or different healing rates.
We're about to lose Thor's favor with the wind here.
Ooh, what's that? Ooh.
That'd be a really good time for a serpent fight, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
We've already killed like 2 of them on the way, right? Or was it just one? Might have just
I
been
think
one.
2 of them. Well, there was one on the way there and then one on the way back. So 2 of them in total, but on this one, on this specific trip.
Yeah, we're serpent slayers.
I'm a girl in nothing. Are you just standing on the tip or are you doing something?
Oh yeah, Dad, I just realized I left my fishing pole at one of your things somewhere. I don't remember where, but I did.
So, is it possible to get on top of that? Pointing up.
No, it is not. Unfortunately,
On top
this
of the mast?
vessel is
I don't
not
think so.
quite tall, quite high enough to have a crow's nest.
No, that's not at all what I'm referring to. What
The
about
tree?
higher up?
Oh, the tree.
As far as we're aware, there's no way to get onto the Tree of Life.
Though I do look forward to having a journey to the edge of the world to see if we can actually see where it meets the earth.
I just want to watch us go off the edge of the world and just fall indefinitely. Be hilarious in my end.
Oh, you got a rock just ahead.
Roger that.
It might have been... It might have been deep enough that it wasn't an issue. Oh, you got a sandbar dead ahead.
Yep, I see it. I'm doing my best to avoid it. Oh,
Fish,
crap.
can I get him? Hey, fish.
Mind your stamina in the water. Woman overboard.
Crap.
Well, luckily we just beached it, so...
I think I can
There's
back
the ladder
up.
here. You can hit E on the ladder. There you go.
I got some fish.
Wow, you actually got fish?
Yeah.
Fish is pretty good food.
Jumped in the water. Apparently I only got 2 fish. I didn't get a whole lot of fish, but I did get some fish. You know, this is kind of similar to another VR game that I have. The graphics on the VR game are a lot better, though.
Come on.
The VR game is called Asgard's Wrath. It's actually quite fun.
Thor, grant us wind, please. It makes this so painfully slow. The wind is blowing right in our faces, which is not where a sailing ship wants it to be.
Why is my map, like, wavy? Wait, what's that? Why is there a giant sack on my map?
Oh, are you referring to this?
Yes.
That's the merchant.
Ah. I am not... Oops. I need to... Okay. Hey.
Here we go. At some point, I hope they have some kind of a simple explosive or equivalent of it that just lets us dredge those types of things through.
I bet you could just hop out with a pickaxe and terraform them.
Oh, wait, what's that?
To a point, anyways.
What's that to our right?
Well, that to our starboard is a house filled with mobs and stuff like that. The house to our port side is mine. Me and Emily's, actually. But it's basically a bit of a central hub for the map so far.
So you're saying is overboard.
Oh, goodness. Mind your stamina.
I have 4 bars. I'm good for the moment.
Okay.
See?
Let me rip out the materials for this boat.
Hey, I just got some raw fish. Ooh, I got some more fish. And I'm starting to drown. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm good. Hey, it's a crow. What's up?
It's Bird.
You have built a workbench. I have? I didn't know that.
And Bird's gonna be really confused. You just go and hang around at this base. What do you mean, come on, repair it. There we go.
What's this? Portal tag the island? What?
Ah. Reverse, come on, my land. Gosh dang it, my harbor job looked so good
shit,
for just...
Shit, I'm on fire. Help, help. Ow! Okay. Oh, thank you, Rain. Okay. I feel cold. I do.
Yeah, it just turned night.
You built a smelter. Cool. Sounds good to me. I guess also something to do with the fact that I'm outside, it's raining, and I'm cold. Alright, goes inside, and you are sheltered.
Alrighty.
Hi, Bird. Your headdress... A headdress for the weary. Sleep the night away in your bed. Oh, it says I'm resting. Alright. That's, Dadder's bed. I can't say that word very well. You should...
Which one?
Yours.
It does have a little bit of a tongue roll.
I
mean, it is Gaelic after all.
Oh, wait. What? No, wait, what am I cooking? Wait! Okay, I'm cooking meat.
Speaking of that, if anyone has any spare foods, I'd enjoy them.
How do I get it back? Wait.
At the moment.
You have to wait for it to finish cooking.
How do I know when it's... Oh. How do I know when it's
It'll
done?
sizzle. Yeah, there.
Is there a way to overcook?
And of course, Emily's just still here, holding onto the mast.
Yep.
Bertha stoic.
Holy cow, man, this unlocks 1,000 new recipes.
The iron ingot.
Yeah, they're still coming.
Yeah, you got new weapons and armor and all kinds of good stuff.
Alright, did you ask a question, Dick?
Me?
Yes. You said, do you ask something about food?
Yes, my character could definitely use a wee bit.
I got... Oop, I think I just ate some. I got 2 grilled necktails if you want some.
We have to keep going.
I'll take those.
Oh, I did not just burn them, did it? Okay, they were here on the floor. And Emily just stole them.
Because there's some in the chests. I'll show you.
Okay, well, I was giving them directly to...
This chest here, dear. Top.
There we go.
Hi, bird. What do you want now? Portals are great for fast travel between different parts of the world. Of course, you need to build one on the other end as well. They give the pair the same name, then give the pair the same name, and they'll automatically be connected. Okay, cool.
I wish I had stamina right about now. There we go.
What do I hear, bear? Sounds like a bear. They're greybacks.
That's just a minor Grey Dwarf assault. Where's my stamina? Where?
Hi, Crow. What's up? Be wary of the temperature. You don't say what I came out here to be told. Be careful of the temperature. Silly bird. If I were to build a house, where do I build a house?
Pretty much wherever you'd like. If you want, you can take the carve and go wherever you'd like, though I would warn the storm.
Take the what?
It's the littler boat.
Yeah. It's more easily replaced. Though still not a bad boat, I'll say.
I will wait until daytime, at the very least, if that sounds fine to you.
I mean, we're not kicking you out or anything. You can wait as long as you'd like.
My shoulder is like so itchy right now.
There's some grey dwarves out back here.
I want to fight. Then I need to figure out how to make armor.
Before you fight, I would highly recommend you find
That's a... Oh, shit. I pissed it off. That's a bigger grey back. Or grey dwarf. Ha! Ha! I heard not that thing. Okay. Oh, you stole my kill. Ooh. I got dandelion. Wait. I think I picked up somebody's iron. Was somebody smelting iron?
Just put it in the chest next to the forges. Either one works.
Wait, there's chests by the forges? I didn't see. Sorry, give me a sec. Ah. Iron. How do I put just...
The other...
I'm gonna assume it's the other chest, because that chest looks full.
Oh, why do I have a bronze spear level 3? Did you already replace yours with an iron spear or something?
No, I don't. I think you're the one that got my spear. I threw it at the thing and then it's gone.
Oh, here you go.
Though I do plan to replace it fairly soon. I think it's called the Ancient Bark Spear.
Alright, well, the boat's empty. I'm gonna head back to my place.
Alrighty.
Can I visit your place, Dread?
Sure. Just go through the portal.
Oh, hello, friend.
So this is kind of like the portal hub. There's...
Wait, what?
I live in the portal that says swamp. There's also the
Merchant.
merchant portal. Takes you to the bag icon on your map. And then this is where we started, this little house.
Oh.
On day one, I came out here and built this. And then Emily and Red built
Do we have
that house up there on the hill.
Do we have any ancient wood? Or ancient bark?
Yeah, I threw some in one of your chests.
Okay. And then I think I've got some troll leather around
Hey,
here.
I'm nice and toasty now. Ow! Trying to pick up that gray dwarf eye sitting in the cauldron. Hey, I'm probably gonna die here. Give me a sec. Day 96, Jesus.
Yeah, we've been busy. So this is my old house. I moved out a while ago. You can chill here if you want. Oh, Jesus, that...
You are strong.
Yeah, those guys hit hard.
I see that. Oh, get back here. The fucking dodging mechanic is shit.
I'm surprised that didn't kill you. How much health do you have?
Oh, I got 6 left.
Like, what's your maximum?
I have no way to tell until it refills. It is 40 something.
Fair enough.
You said your house is actually through the other portal?
Yeah, it's through the swamp portal.
Huh. I'm gonna go to the swamp. Let's see, swamp. Swamp. Ooh, you have a small boat. You have another house here as well? Or is this the main house over here?
Hang on, I'm coming through the portal.
Looks cool. An Eikthyr trophy?
Yeah, it's the first boss. It's a work in progress.
So I can go
yes.
anywhere on the map that I want to make a house?
Sure. At least to start, I'd recommend
I
staying
make
near
armor?
somebody's portal.
How do I make armor? It's like base. So far, currently, by the way, my health is at 87.
Oh, that's not bad.
96 now. So if I wanted to make armor, what? Okay. Let me start this
The way you would
level
make
7.
armor normally is you would like start hunting deer and pigs, or boars, technically. Yeah, see, there's some boar right over here.
Oh hey, I have a rag tunic now. I don't know where I got this.
Congratulations.
The description on it's very apt. You know what it said?
Better than nothing.
Better than nothing. I thought that was very appropriate. Alright, let me see. What can I craft? I can craft this. That'll probably be helpful. And craft this. That'll be helpful. Okay. Let's see. This is... Okay. So...
Now, do you want us to, like, give you stuff, or do you want to try to...
I want to try and figure out how to actually play the game.
Okay.
So... With this tool, you will raise mighty halls and towering fortifications. Start by building a workbench. Well, I got hoodoo, I got voodoo, I got things I ain't even tried. And I got friends on the other side.
He's got friends on the other side.
You know, I was watching a female cover of that song. And the main complaint I had, I actually quite enjoyed it. She has a great voice. The main complaint I had was simply pacing. Like in the song, oh God, stop hitting me, you dick. No, get back here. You already started my wrath on me. Okay. You know, in the song, it's got a very unique way of singing the song. You know, it's very distinct. And then, like, in the cover I was listening to, they, like, kind of speed through parts. You know? And so it's just like, it doesn't sit right. Because you're like, speeding through the lyrics. Instead of letting them linger for a second. Because, like, some of the fun of the song is how ominous it is. And it just sounds like somebody just, like, doing exposition. You know, that's what makes it such a great song. Also, in terms of D&D, I've had a thought that I would love to try someday. You know what that is?
What's that?
Do you know the Deck of Many Things?
I do not.
I've heard of it. I don't know exactly what it does.
So a Deck of Many Things, basically, you draw a card. Oh, that's a troll. Wait. I've not been here before. Okay, so this is a different troll than the last troll I saw. I am going to go this direction. So basically, the Deck of Many Things is a deck of cards that you know, like when you draw it, you have to roll like a D100 in order to find out what the effect is, right? So it can have many many different options, some of which are good and some of which are extremely unfavorable. And I remember one time I had a deck that was basically nothing but bad cards, so there's no reason you should have ever drawn from it. But I did. And I remember one time I tried tricking a bad guy into drawing from the deck, and they basically, like, I know that's a deck of many things, I'm not drawing from that. And I was like, I would love to set up illusionary magic in a game in a game of D&D. Be able to trick somebody into drawing 3 cards from a deck of many things as if they were tarot cards.
Uh-huh.
Let me predict your future. Just draw 3. Fireball, fireball, incineration. I read death in your future. Well, I've lost that deer I was following. God damn it.
Is Emily still on?
Hey, should I be worried if I see
Please.
purple smoke in the forest?
Purple smoke? Yeah, stay away. It spawns those guys, big guys with the red eyes.
I lost that. Oh, there it is. Back here, you little shit. You know, eventually my speed should be able to catch up so I can easily catch you, you little shit. It's looking my stamina's not big enough. I'm here! Why are you fucking running so far? You know, realistically, you've got to eventually get tired. Realistically, you will get tired before I do. Hi, what do you want this time? Treasure lies below. Delves and dungeons can be found across the 10th world. Alright, that sounds fun. Let's go.
Oh dear.
Death cometh to us
do you-
all. Burial
do you have a-
chambers. Do I have a, what, death wish?
A bed. That's what I was gonna say.
No, I do not. I don't even have a house. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen from going inside of a burial chamber? What am I gonna get buried alive? Buried alive. Buried alive. Buried alive. As long as I got my trusty club, which is about to break, I should be fine.
What does the power of the Elder give you compared to what Ether gives you?
Say what?
Hey, out of curiosity, is it possible to pick up this chest?
Pick up a chest? No, I don't think so.
Wake up! Your baby's here! You have to wake up!
No, but you can break it to get components. That's interesting. Shit, my health just got fucked.
This is where it happened, Alan. You're my plan ran away. I can't stop thinking of that moment. How it led to all of this. Being here. The hurt.
Something tells me also this is something you guys have already done before. You know what makes
Oh,
me
the burial
think that?
chamber?
Yeah.
It's probably empty, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. Yeah, there ain't nothing in here. Bunch of yellow mushrooms.
Those are good food.
Yeah, there's nothing in here. It lied to me. There was no treasure here. All I did was lose the fucking deer I was trailing. Come from 2 long lines of royalty. I'm more royal myself on my mother's side. Your lifestyle's high, but your funds are low. Neil Marilou Honey, whose daddy's got. On you, little man, I don't want to waste much time. You've been pushed around all your life. Pushed around by your mother, by your brother, and by your sister. If you was married, you pushed around by your wife. But in your future, I see exactly 1 and 2.
Alright, I have a dilemma.
What's your dilemma?
Look, I made the iron scale mail. Right? But I need the matching pants. Because this looks ridiculous, right? So could I borrow 9 iron from you?
That depends on if Emily wants an iron shield.
Hi, if you, does this thing announce if somebody dies?
No.
Guess you got the ire of the troll again.
So you died again?
Nope, nope, it lost me. No. 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 Shit. Run. Run. Get away from me, you fuck. I blame the deer.
You already smelted all the iron?
I already smelted it, and I've got about 9 left, because I made a spear for... Here, Emily, check this just out.
Why am I back in the Black Forest? At least my running skill is at 12 now.
So, Emily, do you want an iron shield? Huh?
I would prefer an iron sword.
Well, an iron sword takes twice as much as an iron shield. We have 9 left.
Stand by your right.
Because Dredd wants a matching set of iron leggings. And I told him if you didn't want a shield, then we don't have any use for it until we go iron hunting again anyway. So if you want an iron shield, you get that. If not, Dredd gets his matching legging. It's up to you.
Oh my god, how do I break this stupid pillar?
Pillar?
I'm stuck. Damn it. It says I can't just use the hammer on it because, oh, you're missing the... Oh my god, that thing is taking time. Help me! I'm stuck. What do you mean missing out?
I'm on my way.
And my club broke. God damn it.
I have a lot of portals to go through. By a lot, I mean 2.
On you, little man, I don't want to waste much time. Oh. I'm currently trying to break through some stairs. Hey, I broke them. Thank God I'm getting out. Yay! I'm out. Timber.
Blueberries.
Hi.
Hello.
Ooh, wood. That was a lot of wood. So you see that stone house, by the way? I got stuck in it.
I come bearing a couple gifts. By the way, there's blueberries over here, so you should probably get these.
Hey, what's this? Wait. Was this here the whole time?
The glowing stone, yeah.
It shows you the location of the second boss.
Oh, interesting. Can I go fight him? I'll probably die.
Just some basics.
Danke.
Is that troll leather, or is it?
Nah,
it is troll leather. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice.
I would have brought a cape, but I didn't think of that.
No capes.
There's some mushrooms down here.
I'm good on mushrooms.
Okay, then I'm picking them.
I'm currently just trying to find a house location.
For that, I would recommend a Meadows location.
I mean, now that he's got troll leather and probably some okay weapons, he might be fine.
Well, it's a flint spear and troll leather and a basic leather helmet.
Well, he was already surviving in here before, when there was not supposed to be a way for him to do that.
This is true.
Ow! You motherfucker. You know that? You know how you were just complimenting me?
Did you die?
No,
No, you're
not
still
yet.
there.
But I came across a graybeard shaman.
Yeah, those guys can be mean. Especially when they're with a group, because they'll heal each other.
Thus far, I do not like spears. Ow. Why'd you poison me, you fucking bitch? Okay, I'm just gonna run away from this thing because it's a wee bit too strong for me to do any reasonable amount of damage. Found a copper deposit.
Nice.
And an empty chest. God damn you. Why are there so many empty chests in this game?
Probably because you're looking in a forest that's right next to a base that's been heavily searched. Pretty much the farther away you get from the center, the more chests won't be empty, because the less chests will have been previously searched.
Yeah. Wait, it takes stamina to sneak? Are you kidding me? That's the last thing that should take stamina.
Only to move while sneaking. If you stand still, it regenerates.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
I just upgraded my bronze gear to level 3.
Your bronze
So-
what?
My bronze
Spear
gear.
gear. I
Gear.
heard spear.
I thought she said spear too, and I was like, you don't use a spear.
I want to upgrade my sword, so I need wood, leather strips, and
I know I'm not really part of the group, but can I say something? I've known Viren
Come on, wave. Come on, wave. Come on, wave. Thank you, wave.
hey babe,
Yeah?
you're awesome.
Is there any particular reason you're saying that at this moment?
Because I want to say it, and I want to remind you that you're an awesome person.
Well, thanks.
Oh, I don't get any compliments. I see who it is.
You aren't my boyfriend.
Oh, but according to you, I'm your best friend. I still get nothing. Ah!
I would
Fucking-
give you head pats if you were nearby, but you're not nearby, so you can't get head pats.
He's only gonna get more powerful, more powerful, listen to them, lead them, follow them. So maybe we could run and be safe for a while.
Did you guys see the awesomeness of what I have?
Oh god. Oh gosh.
I did not.
The skeletons and the Grey Dwarf Shaman are fighting. And that skeleton is winning. That skeleton has won. So how do I repair items?
In a workbench.
Motherfucker. Do you have one at your house, Cam?
Yeah.
We need to tame some ores so we can have a steady supply of leather scraps.
Workbench. Upgrade. I need bone fragments. Well, that's not gonna
This way I can also get... I'm gonna upgrade my pickaxe because I can.
I have some on my back that are bothered.
I'm at a workbench, and it gives me the option of craft or upgrade. Doesn't not give me a oh, wait. Hey, never mind, I found it.
No, the next one is.
Okay.
Alright, everything's been repaired. Day 97. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Dumb ways to die. Should I be wary of a blob?
Yes.
Yes, very.
Very.
Ow, that thing hurts. Oh my god, it does 4 damage a second. Ow.
Yeah, that's why.
The final battle.
Okay, was that from Emily's thing or from the game? Because I just heard something scream at me saying the flame.
I think I heard that too.
So that was from Emily's thing then, okay.
I found a swamp.
Yeah.
Do not go in the swamp.
Remember how we said not to go in the Black Forest? You don't go into the swamp.
I found a rune.
This is much, 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 much worse.
I found a rune stone.
Here, put it this way. This is the best way to put it. You know how we were saying don't go into the Black Forest because you're not ready for it and we have the gear and we go into the forest? Yeah, don't go into the swamp because we have the gear for it and we still don't go into the swamp.
That's okay, I died.
Yep.
Because apparently leeches are unreasonably strong. Like,
No, the swamp is
unrealistically
just
strong.
2 tiers higher than you are.
No, leeches are unfucking reasonably strong. Like, leeches are not that lethal. And I mean,
these are like 7, 8 feet long leeches.
I have
the materials to make an soul razor, should I?
I have no way to get
dagger.
Or I have
You
no
walk-
way to get.
You walk here, and then take the portal.
Oh, fuck off.
If you need me to ping it again, let me know.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Why do you guys not have a portal to the house? Or like to spawn?
Because we all have beds, so that when we die, we
I know,
don't
but,
go to spawn.
Like, at spawn is where you have the runestone things that you have to do stuff with, no?
It's not a super long walk from here to here. It hasn't really bothered us before.
Wait, what did
I
you
mean,
say?
we've also only ever had to go there whenever we beat a boss, which isn't often.
We've only done it twice.
And honestly, I made the
almost
last
100
journey
days.
solo, right?
Right. And we're a long way from beating the next boss.
I'll be back shortly. I exited the game to keep things from spawning, but I'll be right back.
Dang these rocks.
Is that you out there on the, Yeah, I just saw you off in the distance there.
I'm ferrying iron from the portal base to here.
Nice, we could use
Because
iron.
when Emily got teleported back to all the way back to base, as she put it, I guess she smelted the iron that was in her inventory and put it in the chest there. So I'm just bringing that to you.
Alright, so I need to find the one that's labeled swamp. There it is. And then Death's Point over there. Go around the water. What do the runestones do?
They give you lore.
So click on it.
Depends on which ones. Some of them give you lore, some of them tell you where a boss is.
Those are just the little shiny ones. I assume he's talking about the runes, just like the standing stones you see occasionally.
Yeah.
Draugr.
Yeah, those are Grey Dwarves with a lot more health and a lot more damage. Just get your stuff and run, seriously.
Remember that of all of us have the the Vex-Viscer bone mass.
You found one of those?
Yeah.
Nice.
Maybe. Because I have a very, very poor self-survival skills, and thus I'm still in the swamp.
Well, the difference between bravery and stupidity is whether or not you survive, so... Guess we'll find out.
I hear something in the water, and it doesn't.
I was going to do some
sound
terraforming for you, but you don't have a hoe in any of those chests, so I won't. So now you should have 20 iron right now, right? If you didn't make that shield.
I have 20, but I think Emily had her heart set on a sword.
Which is enough to make a sword, right?
Yeah. So, unfortunately, I do have to get off for the night, though.
I probably should too.
I suppose if you get off, that means you have to shut the server down, huh?
Yeah.
If we were able to look into settings for a dedicated server, I would be willing to pitch in for the cost if need be. Not sure how relevant that is, but I'll at least put that out there.
Might be worth looking into.
I see something in the water.
At the very least, stay out of the water, the swamp, because there's always leeches.
No, 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 get me the fuck out of this. Get me out. Sorry, I found the sunken crypts in the swamp.
We've already cleared the one you're at.
No, you did. Okay, cool. Well, then there's no point in me going in there.
If you head straight north from where you are, there's another one.
No.
And that one's cleared as well.
Oh.
He's just like casually in the swamp, and like
Troll
we were in there like fighting for our lives an hour ago.
Yeah.
It's like we had potions of poison resistance. We have like this crazy armor and crazy weapons.
Hey, I
we
see
went
some
in
skeletons.
with like the best food in the game, and we're like, yeah, we're killing it. And he's like in there with a club and some hand-me-down troll leather armor. What is
This must be how the mobsters felt in Batman Dark Knight when Joker walks in and they're like, "We've got an organization a million wide. What does this clown think he can do?" And then the clown walks in with nothing but a couple sticks of dynamite and beats everyone. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you don't fear death.
I'm just skirting the shore at this point. This is an interesting place. I would definitely, I'd say maybe 3 out of 10. I wouldn't really want to make a house here, you know?
The swamp? I wonder why.
Yeah, the acidic blobs for the most part. Also, the fact that I'm walking around with 17 health doesn't help either. I'm rectifying that one, though.
We should drop him off at a plains biome and see what happens.
Oh, shit! Tasty. Right. There's due north to get to that teleport, right?
Well, I mean, you've been there now, so it's on your map.
Yeah, but there's no, like, icon there. It's just, you know, like, oh yeah, you've walked that direction. It's where you guys are currently at, right? Yeah.
It's where I currently am. The others are over here. Or wait, no, he got off.
Yeah, so the only...
And Emily did too, I think, so.
Yeah, she had
Emily, I think, was planning on getting back on, though.
As far as I'm aware, yeah. So, everything was going fine. I was traversing through the swamp semi-carefully and turned a corner and It was a Draugr. He just shot me in the face and called it a day. I'm gonna try and get my stuff back. I mean, my stuff should be not protected by 2 Draugr anymore, right?
In theory.
I thought the skeletons had a temper. Alright. Do anyone know where my stuff ended up?
I don't know. There's an icon on the map. I'm actually gonna go with you.
Oh, you don't have to. You're fine. Death comes swiftly to all of us eventually. You wouldn't happen to have some food on you, would you?
Us are blessed with a swift one.
Wait. My brain didn't work for a second. There. That's a pretty good food.
Yeah, it at least gives me something I can work with here. Let's see. Get the berries. Eat the berries. Okay. Yum. I see a skeleton. Nope, that's a Draugr. The Draugr has taken notice of me. Dread has noticed the Draugr. Alright. Oh hey, look, that tree has a lot of slime on it. Do they like trigger if you go underneath it?
No, it's just a resource that you can harvest.
Oh, I just thought it was a very deadly tree. Hey, the boar. Hey, I see a blob. Oh, something's behind me. What was that? Oh, hello, skeletons. Did those skeletons pop out of the ground?
I don't think so.
Kind of appeared in nowhere on my screen. It was like peekaboo. Yes, I am slightly mental. But at least I have fun while I do it.
This is a muddy scrap pile. Just out here.
What?
That's interesting.
What's up?
I didn't realize these could spawn outside.
What are they?
I'm just marking it for later. Alright, let's dance, you fucks.
It sounds like something is. Yep, there's something going on Discord. How to flatten? Okay. Hey. What's this? Muddy scrap pile.
Yeah, that's what I marked. I didn't realize you could find those on the surface.
You know, those may have been the 2 Draugr that killed me. Hello, dear.
Did you get your stuff back?
No, it's up here a little bit farther.
And he went far.
Nah, there's a Draugr. Yeah, buddy. Oh no. Thank you.
Whoa.
He hits hard.
Is that an art?
Yeah,
Is
the
there an
archer's.
archer?
Yeah, the archer's the one that killed me.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, there's a third one.
I'm pretty hurt already. Oh man, he got me again. Damn it.
Ooh. That was dangerous. Still dangerous. I'm running north by.
You get your stuff.
Yeah. I'm just running away from the Draugr at this point. That archer has scarily pinpoint. Shit. Motherfucker. Okay. I got hit by a skeleton, but thankfully it didn't hurt me much. Run away, run, but hey, I'm in the Black Forest again. Woohoo! Nope, not the swamp. I'm being chased by a greyback. Alright. I think that archer's still in my butt. I don't know if that's an archer or if a stone thrower. I think I'm fairly well enough at the point of no return. Like, if I die at this point, I'm screwed.
Yeah, like, I'm scared I'm gonna die.
Yeah, please don't risk your life. I'm expendable. I'm expendable, stupid, and have willingly chosen death. You are not expendable.
Well, I was expecting you to get your stuff and then, like, go back so we could get off.
Oh yeah, we're expecting you off. I have forgotten that fact. We log on where we log off, right?
Right.
Okay. I have a plan then. Oh, skeletons. Right. Not find enemies, please. Shit. Oh, fuck, these things are faster. I think I found another sunken crypt.
Yeah. We were just working on looting that one, but I don't think we completed it.
Ooh, what's that? Evil bone pile. Probably something, oh, there's a Draugr. I'm at this point, I'm trying to find a safe spot so you can stop. I heard something moving. That Draugr's still behind me. How 100% is the log off, like, precision? Oh no, oh, it's going away.
I mean, I've never really tested it, but I always log back in where I logged out.
No, the question was like, if I log off on the precipice of a rock, am I going to spawn back onto the precipice of the rock or under it? Because that's a fair question.
I don't know. Like I said, I haven't tested it.
Yeah, it'd be nice if I could get out of the swamp. Oh, that's like really deep water. I do not want to be in really deep water when I log out. I'm sorry.
Alright, I made it home.
Yeah, that's one bit of good news. No. Get on the rock! And I'm being chased again. You'd think there'd be a point where I'm not being chased. That'd be... Hey, I'm in the Black Forest. I'm not in the swamp anymore. I still found skeleton though. Okay, away from me! I love fun stuff as much as the next guy, but every once in a while, you know, I like to log out so I don't get in trouble. Because I think at some point, Cameron's just going to turn off on me and say, well, you should have logged out safely.
Hey, Red, I moved my fire in the fire pit like 2 inches closer, and now I can get the rested bonus while sitting in my throne. Yes!
Alright.
Is he even still here? He might be watching YouTube or something.
He's still listed in the call. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and log out.
Yeah, I was watching YouTube for a second. What did I miss?
Alright, I've logged out.
I moved
Honestly, guys, I'm getting a bit tired.
Oh, I just barely shut down the server. We're done.
Yeah, that's fair.
God, it's 2 o'clock.
No, it's
2:18 to be exact.
I'm tired.
SMH.
I love this.
Do you know about what time we're going to be able to turn it on tomorrow?
No, I don't.
I'm not gonna be home until like 8.
Oof. We really need to look into the dedicated servers.
I mean, I can send you the world file if you want to play it earlier without me.
Yeah, that can't hurt.
Let's see if I remember. Let's see. Oh yeah. No, my
The game
computer
doesn't
remembers.
get
I don't have
harder
to.
the longer it goes, does it?
It might. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm going to use this time. I'm going to take a break for my stream. Because it's been like 2 hours since I had my last break. So I'm going to take a break, and then I will be... Alright. Oh, I forgot to unmute. The hell? Why do I always have issues with? My hand's going numb. Whoa, what? Oh, from behind. Yeah! Wait, what? You did that.
There once was a squad that readied up with outfits a fancy to say.
Oh. Aw, that's cheap. That's so cheap. fucking bullshit.
There once was a squad that readied up with outfits a fancy to say what's up. Their hopes were high for a win that day. Go me squatty boys go. See there the storm storm she come to whittle us down and leave just one. Grab your squad quick on the run, let's take our dub and go. The drop was hot and full of threat, 'twas lit up by a million sweats. The keg of slurp would pay no debt, no squatty was spared that day. See there, the storm she come to whittle us down and leave just one. Grab your squad.
They all left. No fun when everybody's loads. I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Why does this look like the same? Aha, I'm hearing myself, huh? Nope, I'm hearing somebody else. What's up?
Hello.
Hello. Answer.
Hi.
Bye.
Do you really want to its button sticks?
What?
No, not heard. You wanting what I'm in tune its button sticks. I don't know if you have heard of it before.
Have I had what?
It's button sticks. That's what I call it.
Exploding sticks?
Photon sticks. That's what I'm eating right now. I don't know if that's too cool, but I'm also doing it. What's it?
skin are you?
Once was a squad that readied up with outfits of fancy to say what's up. Their hopes were high for a win that day. Go me squatty boys go. See
I'm the sea shanty.
come to whittle us down
What?
and leave just one.
I'm the one doing the sea shanty.
On the run, let's take our dub and go. The drop
I'm the
was hot
skeleton.
and full of threat.
Drill her some snow.
I'm on the weekend race. Um. Go in here. I also have a Valentine, do you know? This power.
Okay, now I've got something. Excuse me. Ah, it totally doesn't look dangerous. Excuse me. Alright. I don't really imagine what this sounds like without any visual guides for reference. Especially since I honestly only labeled it as just chatting. Wait, did it just turn off? What? There we go. Weird. No. Cushion. Okay, so it's kind of what I thought. Game I kind of want to play first. Okay, let's stick with this one first. This is not show. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it is on stream. Okay, let me update my stream then. Start. Play at least 3 rounds of this. Okay. We're gonna start. Would ask anybody watching. They think
I have something to tell you, something that you won't like, something that you won't like, something that you won't like. I have something to tell you, something that you want like, something that you want like. I have something to tell
So the
you,
only thing that's
something that you want like, something that you
Where's the gun look fundamentally? Oh, they are different. You know, now I feel. I wish you'd choose. That was easy too. Where's this gun? I didn't even save it. Let's see what difference that makes. I'm noticing a difference. Worse for my beat. something stuck. Okay, now maybe one more. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I hate myself. Need to fix this issue I have right now, which is something is. No, alright. I'm playing pistol whip for now. So move on to the next one, which is called In Death. Real quick, I got band number 1, 2. They've already been in existence so long, they already got banned. In Death. Alright. Okay, I might play some more Thunderleaf in the game. But for now, we're going to play a little bit of In Death. Whoa, I feel really tall. I've never found what the problem I always have with this game is I'm not standing any taller than normal. Hey! Hey! Oh, hello. What? No! What? Not feeling it. bastard. Oh. Oh. Never actually beat this thing before. Oh. No! Don't waste them. Yeah. Got back out of the pit of... Wait. Turning to purgatory. Anakim the Abominable. You all can go fuck off. I hate the archers. Such shit. Hey. I don't know those archers. I've banished enough ghouls. I got something new. I don't know if it's good or bad, but the pits of perdition have been opened. I don't really like the bit of information, honestly. I guess that's the best I've ever done in the pits of perdition. Just saying, or pits of... Actually, that's not bad. Hello. I hate these things. You motherfucker. Bit of reformation. What? Hey, that worked. See him. No, I see him. Oh, hello. Another one around here. Oh, I see. Returning to purgatory. That's twice. That's my second time I've been able to get back out of there. It's amazing. Motherfucker. Who's shooting me? Y'all need to fucking stop this shit. Yes. Paradise Lost. This will probably be my last run for today because, oh, my back's starting to hurt just to be it. I gotta say though, I love that Tempest. Tempest is so cool. Where? Oh shit! Oh, where? No! Oh, I didn't even see. Damn it. Yeah. No achievements for that. Sure. I read 3 of these little pit feet. Oh. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break from this one, so quit up. I'm gonna take a short break. Movement, sit down for a second. I'm gonna try something else. I'm probably gonna put myself just chatting because I don't think it's gonna work, but I will try. And then I will be back after a little bit. Alright, well, it is breakfast time at my house, which means it's the end of my stream. I want to thank everybody that came. I hope that you all have a fantastic day, and I hope to see you in the next stream. Good night, guys, and hope you have a wonderful day.